Day 2 of the U.S. Chess Championship being played as both a rapid and online for the very first time. America's leading players were back in action and looking to blow their main rivals off the chessboard. Wesley So won 2 incredible games to make it 5 in a row to start the event, but Ray Robson and Jeffrey Zhang won 2 games as well and are snapping at Wesley's heels. It's the penultimate day with 3 critical rounds on the line. Day 3 of exciting action coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2020 U.S. Chess Championship. As Championship October nears its finale, I am with Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley to call Day 3 of the U.S. Championship.
Hello, Jennifer. Hello, Maurice. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us and sharing your day. Yesterday, I found to be enthralling. I mean, I was riveted, and the action just kept coming. And that final matchup between Ray Robson and Sam Sevian, clutching my heart. I wasn't sure what was going on. I am looking forward to more action, more of the same. Maurice, I'm sure you are as well.
Well, the Dodgers won the World Series yesterday, and the players in this tournament have brought out the big bats. They're trying to bash each other over the head. And we're seeing just some incredible games up and down. Bring out the defibrillator because there are heart palpitations in every single round. This is exciting stuff. We love it, and we expect to see more of the same today.
Jennifer, tell us about the standings.
Well, they are remarkable standings, Yasser. Wesley So started with a perfect 5-0, finally nicked for just half a point, goes in to Day 3 with 5.5 out of 6. You would think that would be like a full point lead or more, but no, Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson right on his heels with 5 out of 6. But look at the distance between this formidable trio and the rest of the field. Look, it's just too big. One of these top 3 are going to win the event.
Quite remarkable. Defending champion Hikaru Nakamura on an even score, essentially out of things. And tell us about the format.
Well, we've got a 12-player round robin, and that means we have 11 rounds. They're playing for $150,000. Time control, game 25 with a 5-second increment, so it gets very heated towards the end, but some time to dig into the openings and strategies in the beginning of the game. We will have a tiebreak if needed for first place. And the schedule, for those of you who are just joining us, well, we're nearing the close. We've got 3 rounds today and then 2 tomorrow, plus playoff if we need it.
Very nice.
And now we have Maurice to talk to us a little bit about the road ahead for our 3 contenders here for the crown.
Indeed, it's the 3 Musketeers, folks. There's nobody else to look at. The odds are one of these 3 players will win it, and they have just been performing superlatively. Let's break down how they have done. As you see there, 5.5 for Wesley, 5 for Jeffrey and Ray. That triplet, they've got 3 scores there. That probably adds up to about the next 6 combined. It's unbelievable how well they're doing. And let's dig a little bit deeper as we go to these illustrious players. First of all, one of the younger players, but actually he's been around so long. I think this is his 14th straight championship. So hard to call him a youngin' anymore, but Ray Robson with a great performance so far. 2 wins on each day, although yesterday's round 6 was insane. Could have lost that game if Sam had found that spectacular move. Nevertheless, he won the game and now stands at 5 points, tied for second. He's got a tough road ahead as we're gonna see the leaders playing each other. You see there that round 8 he has against Jeffrey today, and round 9 against Nakamura as well. Challenging pairing to be sure. And it's round 10 that we're gonna have our eye on because it's Wesley So that he has to play. Now, check out the next youngster. He turns 20 in a couple of days, but still a teenager. Will he be one of the only teenagers to ever win this event? Jeffrey Zhang. It's a mirror image, folks. Same day, different day, same performance. 2 wins and a draw, and he is looking to rise to the top, but he has a very difficult day today. Look at those 3 players. All 3 have played in the Olympiad. We're talking about part of the Olympic team that Jeffrey will have to go up against in round 7, 8, and 9. This is where the biggest challenge is going to be. If he can get through this well, then he probably will be optimistic with his last 2 rounds. And finally, the leader standing above everyone else. And what can you say about Wesley So? Look at those numbers. We got a lot of ones. Man, 5 wins in a row. No one had done that in an invitational in the U.S. Championship since Bobby Fischer in 1963/64 campaign. Incredible performance indeed. But he said himself, did Wesley, what the heck? I'm at 5.5 and there's somebody right behind me? In fact, 2 players right behind? Yes, indeed. And guess what, folks? Those 2 players he has yet to play. As we look at the rest of his lineup, he will have the very difficult Sam Sevian. Elshan Moradiabadi is playing well, just only 1 loss so far in the event. And then he will have to play Jeffrey and Ray and close it out with Hikaru. This will not be easy at all. Who knows what's going to happen? And if the first 2 days are any indication, guys, this is going to be a thrilling finish all the way to the end.
Thank you, Maurice. Very challenging indeed. And Jen, set the table for us. What can we expect for round 7 pairings?
Well, we've got some big pairings this round as our top 3 players, all with the white pieces, and it's Jeffrey Zhang against Hikaru Nakamura. Big battle there, while Ray Robson plays against Elshan Moradiabadi, coming off his first loss of the event. And Wesley So versus Sam Sevian. That'll be the game that we start with, as we see if Wesley can just run away with this thing.
Well, finally, Jen, break down the prize fund you mentioned earlier, $150,000.
Yes, $150,000, $40K for first, something for everyone, but more than anything, it's that title that is for life.
Very generous prize fund. Thank you to the St. Phil's and to the St. Louis Chess Club for all your generosity. Very, very nice prize fund. Like you said, something for everyone. Now, I got to tell you, yesterday I'm still I was shattered because I looked over some of those games, and maybe it's a time control that is creating these lopsided scores, but whatever it is, it sure is exciting to behold, Maurice.
It sure is.
You know, the thing is, if you think about it, we've had this same time control in the last 4 events. So
right.
It's something special about this tournament right now that's creating this ridiculous score. Can you imagine? Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson are 2 points ahead of Hikaru Nakamura, the last winner, and Sam Shanklin, the winner before that. They're 2 full points ahead. And Wesley is 2.5 points ahead. We're just seeing 3 players with extraordinary performances. That's what we're seeing. And we just hope to see more of the same, as they're going to do battle against each other in the couple of days to come, and even today.
And that means that mathematically, at some point, it's going to become almost impossible for anyone else to win, because they're playing each other. So they're getting points against each other.
Exactly.
Win or lose. Not yet, but I would say if anybody else were going to win, they'd have to win 5 games in a row, which isn't impossible. And Wesley started with 5-0, but they would have to do that. And the top players would have to do not that well. By the way, guys, here's a proposition for you. We know you already picked Wesley So, but suppose we all had to pick now and we had a choice. You could get either Wesley or you could get Ray and Jeffrey. Who would you pick? Would you go with the half point and, the elite player, or would you go with the 2 younger guys in fantastic form? Well, Ray Robson and Wesley are a similar age, but you know what I'm saying.
Great proposition, Bet, because I think of Wesley as a great front runner, but he's going to be facing both of Jeffrey and Ray in the tournament to come. And if he were to get upset, so you would give me the field, meaning Ray and Jeffrey, and you would take Wesley with the half a point. Uh, I think I'd go with Wesley, but it's a really good proposition bet.
It
It's a
is.
close one. It's a close one.
It is. And I would go with the half point, of course. I'm not even sure if it weren't Wesley, if it were one of the others, if I wouldn't go with the half point because it's such a big half point.
Mm-hmm.
But with
By
Wesley,
the way,
with the rating difference as well,
yeah,
yeah,
Ooh.
I'd go with Wesley.
And the chance to win in the playoff. I think that's the other trouble. Like Wesley is going to be a big favorite if he faces either one in the playoff, especially Ray, I think. By the way, Ray is 1 year younger than Wesley. So 26-year-old Ray just turned 26 actually a couple days ago. Happy birthday. Well, this is a happy birthday tournament for him. As we dig into the games, Wesley So versus Sam Sevian. We've got Open Roy.
And Open Roy and the both players. Now Wesley plays the.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Yaz. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Something really weird just happened. Just a quick deja vu. This Open Roy, I was reading the book, The Queen's Gambit, and before I watched the series. So don't tell me anything about it, those of you who watched. But the Open Roy features exactly. I was in a scene in the middle of the book just about where I am, and I was reading yesterday about this variation of the Ruy Lopez. And I'm like, what? This is sudden deja vu. I guess the odds are, it could happen any day. It's Ruy Lopez. But it's so weird that we were talking about the player, Beth Harmon, and it was an Open Roy, and she lost badly to the then world champion Borgov, et cetera, which is a weird deja vu moment for me. Sorry. Continue.
Not at all. It's fantastic. Yeah, just as you were saying, Jen, in Open Roy, the players have blitzed right through this opening theory. I wanted to say that Wesley has the Open Roy in his repertoire as black. He's played it consistently throughout his career. And I always felt a little bit nervous about entering the same territory that my opponent, is a specialist in. Sam didn't back down. He went right for this variation, and the move knight d4 to e2. In the past, captures and f3 has been played, but overall, Black's results have been pretty fine as he's held his own. After knight e2, rook d8, I'm not so familiar with knight f4 as I am with the idea of a2, a4. White tries to open up the a file for his rook without moving the rook. The bishop, it's not clear where the bishop wants to go. So if you don't have to develop the bishop, if you can go a4, ab, and rook a6, you're in business. But knight f4, and look how fast they have been blitzing. Knight f4, d4, takes on d4, okay. Everybody's expecting c takes, no. That would allow knight takes e6, followed by bishop b3. So Sam says, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert the move bishop c4, an intermezzo. Once you move your rook, then I'll capture the pawn, and I'll be ready to play the move d3. Not so fast. You want my rook? You can have it, says Wesley. Please take my rook. Leave me with these two connected pass pawns in the center of the board. And Sam said, no can do. Must eliminate that. And again, I suspect, because they've been playing so fast, I suspect the players are in their prep. But boy, this looks like good stuff to me, guys. This is really an amazing game thus far.
18 moves whipped
bang,
out
bang.
with all these wild complications, and Wesley continuing now with the move f3 after the first pregnant pause of the game, and he's still looking like he's trying to remember everything about the position, and Sam there very casually eyeing this move as he's played f3, a typical move in the Open Roy when the knight gets to f3. I got to tell you, I'm seeing deja vu everywhere as knight g5 has occurred, because another scene, if you look at the game with Alejandro and his own SLU student or former SLU student, Darius Schwartz, they're playing in this opening. And if you look at move 3, Alejandro played this move d3 and said, if you want to exchange queens, go right ahead. You could take on e4 and take, and queen takes. And I'm going to tell you again, the same scene. It's not the exact same position, but the same question was asked to the protagonist, Beth Harmon, in the book. In the book Queen's Gambit, I don't know if it shows up in the Netflix series that's now out. And by the way, I hear that it's the #1 Netflix series in America, which is extraordinary for a chess, a show with chess as its central theme to be the #1 viewed series on Netflix in the US.
That's very bingeable, cool, Maurice. Very bingeable, and they get a lot of the openings right. But there are different openings in the book. You know, it's been a while since I read the book. I read it as a little kid, and I just reordered it. I heard it's also sold out on Amazon.
Apologies, dear viewers, for that little break, but I hope we are back. I was just looking at some games during that intermezzo, unscheduled as it was, and I tell you, I'm looking across the board, and I'm seeing some really exciting games, including the game of Jeffrey Zhang, Hikaru Nakamura, as well as Ray Robson and Elshan. Good stuff so far. It looks like everybody came prepared to play some hard chess.
Sharp positions indeed. And that's what you want when you are
absolutely
in the mix in such a critical round. This game with Jeffrey and Hikaru is quite interesting, as sharp as it is. I mean, look at the pawn structure that Hikaru has, not very cohesive, but it's not that easy to place Jeffrey's pieces, particularly his knights, on key aggressive squares in order to pressure the position. So Jeffrey has gone for the opening off the queen side with the move c3.
Exactly, hoping to utilize a c-file with rook c1. Yeah, so rook c1, and it looks to me that, like, yeah, it did. It came from a perk defense. And I was going to say that Hikaru, he's such an elusive player, very, very hard to pin him down. But when he feels his back's to the wall and he has to do some kind of a rampage, more often than not, he'll pick a perk to mix it up.
Yeah, perk. I mean, I think it's a very dangerous choice, but
yes,
it's not the bomb cloud.
No, thank goodness for that.
You won't see that in rapid games. That's
right.
Reserved. That's blitz only.
Right. And by the way, for Jeffrey, that's ideal, right? Because from Jeffrey's point of view, he's in an extraordinary situation. You know, I mean, he can see there's a potential gold medal on the line here. And he wants Hikaru to take risk. He doesn't want to see Hikaru play as if the tournament's over. It doesn't have any more practice for me. I'll just make some draws and I'll shut it down with Berlin's. No. He's very happy that Hikaru has mixed it up with this very aggressive defensive line, the perk defense. And now the knight, I like what you were saying there, Maurice, with the move c3. I really wanted to see Jeffrey actually capture on b4 and bring the knight more towards the queen side. On g3, I'm not a big fan. I don't think that the knight does very well for itself on g3. Of course, it defends the pawn on e4. That's a very important pawn. But I see it much more defensively minded than offensively geared.
And by the way, we have some big news. Wesley So has already drawn his game against Sam Sevian. Draw with the white pieces. One thing I'll say is what that signifies to me, guys, is that this isn't close to a must-win situation for Jeffrey Zhang. Like if he were to draw this game against Hikaru, I think he's going to get more opportunities to equal Wesley's score, as Wesley's approach seems to be sedate after running up 5-0.
Yeah, a massive score to start for sure. But that kind of opens up, you know, like you like that, don't you, Maurice? That door kind of gets wedged open a little bit for Ray Robson and for Jeffrey. Not sure.
Could I please say that, frankly,
Sure.
This is a really critical decision, but we've seen it by Wesley before.
Yeah.
Wesley tends, from the years we've watched him, Wesley tends to be a bit more conservative when he gets a lead. He'll say, look, you've got to catch me. I don't have to catch you. And if I can just stay solid, even with the white pieces, I mean, he had the white pieces in a very sharp position. He said, if I can just stay solid, I'll pick my spots and I'll challenge those guys to see if they can stay consistent, because he's figuring they have to win to catch him, right? If he draws, they have to win to catch him. And how many risks are they willing to take? They're playing in what would be their first big spot in the championship to play for victory. But I just find that, I guess my heart is not in this kind of way of approaching things. I can see people like Gary Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen saying, when I'm on a rampage, no one in front of me should think they're getting any easy draws. I'm going to kill everybody. I'm in top form, and I'm just going all out to destroy you. So whenever we see Wesley do this, it's been great for him before, but sometimes it does bite him. And so I'm a little concerned that he's taking his foot off the gas this early and kind of estimating that his chances are better if he just draws and play conservatively the rest of the way.
It has brought him a U.S. championship in the past, but I hear loud and clear, when you're on a rampage, as is Wesley So, you really want to see Wesley push his luck and see what he can do. In this position, he decided to play rook d1, trade rooks. Here you can understand why I would be, playing for the move a4 to take, bring the rook in. But after the trade, this very important move, g7, g6 by Sam, and then after rook d7, the quick rook trade, bishops of opposite color, draw. Let's move on. Wesley defending his pole position. And how is Jeffrey doing? Not much of a difference since we left. Let's just jump in on that game of Ray Robson's, because this is one of those games, one of those French defense situations where nothing has been traded. But in my view, all of the advantages lie with the white pieces. Why? Because even if you get in this move b4, you're freeing break, if you will, as white. And first of all, there is a problem with the a file, I understand. But even if you get in the move b4, you only drive the knight to a better square. In the meanwhile, it's all about the break for white, g4, f5. And sometimes you play f5 first, followed by g4. Other times you play g4 and f5. When white gets in his break, it's much, much, much more meaningful than when black does. So for the moment, this looks like, door opening for Ray Robson, as he's sitting there going, yeah, I can play g4, I can play f5, I can see my way to a very serious attack against black's king.
I'm having a bit of deja vu here, Yaz, as yesterday I said that in the position he played against Sevian, no matter what, there was going to be a time scramble because the position was so rich and dynamic with so few trades. And it just didn't seem like a position that, you'd be able to solve in rapid, and inevitably there would be something crazy. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. It was so nutty. Ray did get the best of him. But I'm kind of like seeing that again, that Ray likes to kind of elongate the games, if you will. So there's a lot of games that kind of erupt right when there's time pressure, and that benefits him as long as his opponent is also in time pressure, because he's just really good at attacking and really good at playing better than his opponent when they're both down to seconds on the clock.
Yeah, because we focus so much on our preparation, on our technique, on our understanding, we forget things like nerves. Nerves are very, very important. And when you're playing a fast time control, yeah, you have all of that knowledge. You know how to win with a rook and bishop versus a rook, or to draw. But when you've got seconds on your clock, that's when nerves can take over and you can do some terribly bad things. Uh, you've got certain players, and I would include, for example, Hikaru Nakamura in there, who have great nerves. They really, really do play well under pressure. Ray Robson, who's really used to the pressure, the time trouble, I mean, he plays really good under pressure. We'll see if he can keep it up for this game.
Yes, that's such a fantastic point you made. I mean, it is such a fantastic point. When in competition, there's something else that enters your body. And that is what you're talking about, the nervous tension. We as commentators, the three of us, we get to sit it back.
We're relaxed.
Casually, no nervous tension at all in our bodies that we were so used to as practicing players. And we can see the move and say, what? How did you miss that move? Because that nervous tension is not impeding us in any way whatsoever. We can just casually see what should be the right move. Like Alejandro missing that double sacrifice yesterday that would have made it a Warren DeLiang.
Yes.
Easy to see when you're on the side and you're just oh, what's the answer here? Oh, yeah, just hit him in the face. Of course, if Alejandro was sitting with us, he'd say, oh, duh, yeah, that move. Yeah. But when you're sitting in the hot seat, it's a whole different feeling. And that is part of competitive chess. That's part of what you have to suffer with. And not only that, you got money on the line, you got a title on the line, everything to play for. That's what it's all about. I love your point. The nerves that stop professionals from thinking as efficiently as they would normally. By the way, we've got to look at the game with Jeffrey Zhang and Hikaru Nakamura, because there been a big development where it looks like Jeffrey's trying to exploit something that just happened on the board. I love seeing moves like this. Just go back one move when the rook was on f8, and Jeffrey just played rook c1, and rook fc8 looks innocuous. Which rook do you move? And you move this rook over to this square. You think, no big deal. What could be wrong with this move? And Jeffrey said, I'm going to show you. Capture on b4, capture back, and then bishop to c4.
Exactly.
And you go, what? Yeah. Wait a minute. My rook was supposed to stay guarding the f7 pawn. A small weakness spotted quickly by the youngster. That shows fantastic form, guys. That's the kind of stuff you want to see come out of a player. And that's amazing form that he noted that. And Hikaru now going, wait. I didn't expect this sacrifice. And the threat of knight g5 now is real. It's actually in the position that will chase your rook back to f8, something you just don't want to do. And here you see Nakamura looking at it saying, oh boy, I got to be careful.
No question about it. Nicely spotted by Jeffrey, to be sure. But it really does beg the question, what was this rook doing on a8 that was so pertinent? Why not use it just as white played his rook on a1 to the c5? Why not play your rook on a8? And that little nuance right there allowed this move bishop c4. If the rook had been on f8, then I think the e4 pawn might have been hanging. But now you're sitting there looking at knight g5, and you can't stop knight g5 with the desired h6. Oops, there's already a battery on the diagonal. So knight g5, I think you said this move is going to chase the rook back to f8. Oof, that could be problematic. The rook might land on c7. So let's just see a move like knight c5 for a moment.
Get to knight e6 or
yeah, I'm trying both, right? Because I'm expecting knight g5 in any case, right? But how would this? Oh, excuse me. I wasn't going to go knight g5. I was going to go takes. I apologize. Rook takes knight g5. And
Yeah, and
here,
now if you try to get some comp with rook c4 and h6, I don't even win your e pawn at the end of the day because the rook protects it.
exactly.
That's not enough.
But
Not even close.
But will the combination work after rook f8? Because I had planned.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Combination with.
I thought taking on f7 here would be winning, but you're saying if knight f7, there's rook c4, so you take the bishop instead.
Right, exactly. And then if I do this, I'm not sure. Am I breaking in? Help me. Rook d7 check isn't a big threat. Again, the knight on g3,
yeah.
it's kind of anemic.
Maybe you start with knight g5 and then because if you start with knight g5, the cool thing is if you play rook f8 now, I just have bishop c5
and
I win your queen.
Yeah, here's the issue though, Jen. Knight g5, knight takes, right? So we take, okay, if we take here,
complicated.
Yeah, now
bishop
it's
f7,
kind
you
of
play queen f7. I see. That's what you're trying
bingo.
to do. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So my black's queen is hanging, white's queen is hanging. It's still not the end of the story, right? Because there's takes.
Knight
takes. And,
oh, we know where that.
And this is weird.
Slightly better for white because of those pawns on a5 and b4. Right?
I don't know,
that B
because
pawn,
this
that
guy,
B2 pawn is weak.
Yeah, this guy could be vulnerable, right? Oops. Weird stuff. But okay, that's what the players are calculating. Again, for those who are joining us late, our front runner, Wesley So, has made a very early draw with Sevian. So he's currently a point clear of the field, but both Jeffrey and Ray could tie Wesley were they to win their games. And we're just looking at a possible variation for Jeffrey, turning our attention to the game.
By the way,
Ray
I'm sorry.
Robson,
I just wanted to make a note because you've asked such a great point about bringing the other rook to c8.
Yeah.
And then I noted that bishop c4, it not only attacks the f7 point, but it also unleashes an attack on the d7 knight, right?
Right.
So it's a double point, this bishop on c4, that when no one can take on e4 because the knight is actually hanging. So you're not even tactically defending the pawn,
right,
with this f7 tactic. It's also the knight on d7. So it's not clear that the other rook to c8 fix this issue either.
Well, if we think, Maurice, I hear you loud and clear. If we think that knight c5 is almost a forced move here, right? If we think that knight c5 is almost a forced move, then with the rook on f8, we wouldn't have to bother trying to calculate ramifications of knight.
Right, exactly.
Here.
Oh my gosh.
By the way.
Oh my gosh, guys. Ray Robson game. I'm getting an alert from Varujan Akobian, a winning tactic alert, and it's a beauty. Right now, it's white's move, and Var says...
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Yaz already found it.
Oh, Yaz already found it? What? I didn't even get a chance to look at the board.
Sorry, Maurice. Yaz is too sharp.
I didn't find it.
I just turned to the position and the guy's sacking pieces already.
He's not a position. He's a positional guy, but right now he's in a tactical mood as he saw this bishop c4 unleashing the power of the pawn on d4 to d5, and then I guess it's more of like a mini tactic. You just win a pawn, right?
Right. For me, I thought that this was actually a very big move by Ray Robson. I really thought that, Ray would, start with g4 and just go for this whole f5. In principle, it's dangerous to play in your opponent's theater.
But I don't understand. I understand. You guys are...
We went too fast past the tactic.
I'll bring it back up in a second.
Because I'm still calculating. I'm trying to look for the win still.
Okay, it's very dangerous to play in your opponent's theater. We got to assume that, the queen side is black's territory. Leave that territory alone. Let's play in our sandbox. Our sandbox is the king side. Let's go g4 and f5. In principle, this move is rather sharp in my view, because I think it's a pawn sacrifice. After you play a4, b4, knight b5, the most challenging, if you're black, is to play the move bishop a6. First of all, your bishop on c8 is lousy, it's terrible. Let's get rid of it. Let's trade it for a knight. You let me take this knight. Yeah, I'm very excited. Of course, Ray is planning on playing knight d6 check, and this is doubtlessly what he calculated.
Why isn't he playing bishop c4 anyway, which he has done now in the game? Yeah, your line seems to also beg the move bishop takes on c4 and d5. This is nothing, or what?
I don't know.
This looks, you're winning the piece back
c5
in this position. Knight d6 check, take the knight, or knight d6 check, take the bishop, then take the knight.
Right.
I mean, that's this line. By the way, this is where he's headed, and that's why I'm asking.
That's what happened. Yeah.
There's no immediate winning of a pawn here. Knight takes on c5, and the attack continues. Of course, there's going to be a knight f7, and it's going wild. But it's not just a simple 1, 2, 3 punch. You win a pawn, and look at Elshan. He's saying, prove your attack. I'm taking the piece. I'm up a piece, and this is what Ray had to calculate as the bishop is ready to capture on e6 as well.
I'll catch up with the beginning. Yeah, just catch up with the players quickly. I don't like this move of Elshan, knight a7. I think I should just leave it there and say that bishop a6 was more challenging. Elshan played knight a7, and this led to the piece sacrifice that we have in the game, which is bishop takes c4. Now, d takes c4. What else? If you let white just retreat his bishop, he'll be a pawn up. So he took, and now d5. And this was the tactic that I saw as well. The bishop on e3 is unleashed. Now, what Maurice is saying is, wait a minute, it is a piece sacrifice. Bishop c5, bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, all on the board. Knight check to the king. King went to f8. And here, were you mentioning something going after the f7 pawn, Maurice?
Well, Ray already made
but Ray went fast, ignored that completely and said, no, I'm just going to take a second pawn and challenge your queen to keep an eye on your knight after knight takes on c4.
Guys. And it's going to be a third pawn, as d6 was quickly played, queen c6, and now, Yaz, you got to like this. One more pawn. There it goes.
May I have another? Yeah, the 3 pawns. Look, I'm a pawn grabber. You all know that. But here, sorry to be a party pooper. I like that pawn very much. But Maurice, don't we like the pawn that's protecting the guy's king even more?
I totally loved that pawn. Absolutely. That's where I thought the attack was going. And that queen will stream into the dark squares as well. I can't say that this is terrible, as black's pieces look terrible. Black's pieces right now are completely scattered. Knight on c5 is probably going to hang. The queen is running all over the place. And every other black piece is on the back row. This must be winning for white. Must. But the other line looked so juicy as well. That's why when you started with the sacrifice, I was like, whoa. This is getting crazy, actually. And it's an unclear sacrifice, not one of those that just I pick a pawn off. What a crazy line Ray's going into, but I think he's just winning.
Yeah, this looks just dominant where you're down a piece, but look at that pawn trio. You have 3 pawns, and then look at the pawns they are. Oh, they're just so pretty.
They're pretty.
We have to also watch out for stuff like knight b5 here, threatening knight c7. If you take twice, I guess you could take and then take on a1. Okay. And then unfortunately, if I could escape with my king, I'd be very, very happy to trade off 2 rooks for a queen. Right. But
I wouldn't be super enthusiastic about white's position. Materially, I would say that white's down, even though he's got 3 pawns for a piece. That's what we do. We say 3 pawns equals a knight. but it depends on what phase of the game you're in. In the end game phase, yeah, the 3 pawns might even be worth more than the knight. In a middle game with a lot of pieces on the board, not so sure that black isn't materially ahead. Put the bishop on d5, put the king on g7, and these 3 pawns look really good, but unless they're attacking and moving forwards, I don't think of them as that great.
But how are you going to
knight
stop? How
b5,
are you going to get your king into safety? Because if I start sticking my queen on the dark squares, it's just going to be a bit annoying, right? Because it's kind of reminds me of the game yesterday where it's hard to get any pieces to defend the black king, right?
Which game? I know. I remember. Was it Wesley So versus?
Yeah, for Darius. That one was even more clear cut, but
that was very clear cut. Yeah.
Guys,
there's not a piece here that can come to defense, really.
Not really.
I just want to clean up this very issue
Sure.
you guys just mentioned. You said knight b5 was a move.
So yeah, knight b5.
Now,
because queen takes c4.
What was wrong with knight b5 now?
Yeah, I was saying if knight b5, pawn b5, queen.
No, but knight b5, queen c5. How do you play?
So queen c5 is probably a better move, and then if queen a7.
Queen a7. I have knight b. I have knight.
You have d7. You have d7. No, it's
d7.
That's a check.
My queen would check. But I do have knight b6 with all the threats still.
So queen a7, knight b6, huh? And now you're threatening d7.
Now this must be winning.
7 and b5.
This must be winning. Maybe knight e4 is an issue.
But how is this an issue with my queen leaves and you play knight b5, queen e4?
And okay, so if the queen leaves, knight b5, queen takes.
You have a tempo on my queen with bishop b7, and that should save you.
Well, I'm not sure.
I take. I could take on b7 even.
Right.
No. But then you have. The end game looks good for me too. I'm not sure if it's actually winning, but it looks
with
close.
With
b7, queen a7, check, treat queens. And this position after b6
should be great for white.
I mean, it looks fantastic, but I won the a5, but you're going to play king g7. I must be winning, no?
Ray paused. I want to put it that way. Ray paused before he played b3. I'm sure knight b5 was on his agenda way back when. Something dissuaded him. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe queen c6 that looks a little bit weird.
It really does.
It was really weird. He did play b3 and the game flared anew after b3. Oops, excuse me. That was my move. Let me just refresh my board. I apologize. Knight d4, b3, bishop b7. That's what I was saying. If black could, give black 2-3 moves, give black the world, suddenly, a piece could land here, a piece could land here. Good things might happen for black's position, but Ray says, no,
back to the pace.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to keep up the pace.
Let's go with the attacking
and now if you play,
I like this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, king g7, you just get hit right back. You could play h6, but then you're not even trying to get your king to safety because king g7 is still going to get hit by queen s6. So and that
f5, by the way, f5
is just not participating.
F5 and sacrifices on f5 are coming inexorably.
Well, let me offer an obvious move. The knight on a7, to my mind, is really pathetic. Let me just stop queen e7. Yes, you can put your queen on f6. But the idea is obviously, please rescue me, capture.
Good luck,
and let me threaten mate and wand. That's all I ask.
You're not getting that favor. No way in the world.
No.
Where do we go? If we play f5 now, you might start.
Do you have knight takes d4, or is that going to be too?
I'm going to close. It's like I close my eyes. I play knight takes. I play knight takes, and I think I'm getting native.
Open your nose back up is the question. And now knight f5?
I think I'm going to get killed. I think I'm going to get killed.
Knight f5, rook takes f5 in a blink of an eye.
Takes f5, and now
queen e7, and this attack is
over.
psycho. G pawn will end on G7 at the end. You have to play King G7.
Queen F7, King H6.
Actually, Queen F6 first is better to get a tempo. Queen F6 check first instead of Queen F7.
Ah, thank you. Sorry.
Gains a whole tempo. And now you have to die. now you get King H6 and G7 or takes and it's over. It's bye-bye.
I agree.
G7 just in case.
But Yaz is up a rook and a piece.
I'm gonna be down. I'm gonna be down the world. Oh no!
This is a fun one.
So Ray,
vicious attack.
Vicious attack after this move. Queen H4. I played Knight C6. Maybe. Okay. Again, just go ahead and kill me, guys. Let me put my bishop.
Okay, your bishop is a good one. That's guarding.
Remember, I tried to do this. I tried to do this for Arena Crush. She was
Knight C6 on the board.
Yeah, and I tried to put her bishop on D5 against Carissa.
Oh yeah, I remember.
You guys said Knight D6 check and Knight F7, and it was a brilliant combination for Carissa. Here, the move Bishop D5 makes a lot more sense. Just
wait, but Queen E7 check. Queen E7.
King.
Queen F6.
And what happened to our F5 idea? And by the way, Ray played Knight C. I'm sorry, Elshan played Knight C6.
Yeah, play Knight C6. Now here,
he did play Knight C6. Oh, sorry. Yes, Maurice, go ahead, kill me. Bishop.
No, I wanted two moves in a row and you didn't give it to me. I wanted to play D7 and Queen F6
together. Oh yeah, and then you make
and then I can queen and I can laugh, right?
Yeah,
like I just use material. But I can't get Queen F6 and D7 or D7 and Queen F6 because your rook is now in the way and a Knight E4 and all this Knight D6 and I'm cooking. Knight D6 here. No, Knight D6 you might just take me and argue otherwise.
No, well, no. Then you get your Queen F6. Then you get what you wanted. If I take
right, exactly. So now can I play F5 here?
Oh,
I'm
crying,
just swinging for the fences, man. I am but maybe you can just take twice. Maybe you're not losing. Is it possible? I can't believe it.
The queen. Actually,
the queen shows up.
You mentioned it.
I know.
It's weird.
No, maybe you play rook takes. Yes, you play rook takes and keep the queen out.
Wow.
To block with the knight. This is insane position. But maybe you hide and do I mate you? Because I can't play knight takes e4 because your queen is helping.
Yep. Wow. A crazy variation. And maybe Bishop D5 was possible, but Knight C6 was Elshan's choice. The idea from his point of view is he wanted to chase the knight away to resurrect his queen. And Ray said, no,
we're not changing any pieces.
Not trading any pieces. And by the way, your queen is really gummied up. I mean, it just doesn't have, well, does Knight C3 threaten the queen? Actually, no, I have Queen A7. Thank goodness for Elshan that he has to move Queen C7.
By the way, I think that might change your tune on the proposition, as Ray's position is awesome. And Jeffrey's position also looks, I mean, not as dazzling in that queens are traded, but just look at the difference between the quality of all the pieces here. And in fact, Jeffrey intentionally traded queens, having total control over that important D6 square. And if you continue on, we just have this situation where every single one of White's pieces is more active than Black's. I mean, you're not happy about any of these guys. Knight G5 threatening.
Why not Knight G5?
We looked at earlier, Bishop F7, Rook F7, Knight F7, King F7, and
that looks amazing. Hangs. What do you do? What is the defense here?
You have to. I guess you have to bolster more pieces on that square with Rook E7 or Knight E6.
I'm not happy about Rook E7. Pardon me, Knight E6. I apologize. Knight E6. You just take. Remember, unfortunately,
G5 on the board
on E3 protects the rook on C1, meaning that in this exact position, there's no pin on the C file. Very important consideration. Now, after Rook E7, what was the kill? I didn't see it.
I don't see it.
I don't think there's a kill. I'm just saying that right here, White's pieces all look so fantastic, but maybe
they do.
Bishop C5 The problem is you can take, and then after bishop f7, rook f7, rook c. Are you in time to?
The rook can go
punish
back.
me?
I don't see what you do when the rook goes
Yeah,
back.
and
I've
now
given
you
up
just move your rook.
two minor pieces for 2 bishops and 2 pawns for a rook.
That's not bad.
That's
I
not
can
bad.
maybe
That
do-
A pawn might just.
No, but you know what?
forward.
H6 here. H6 might
Rook
be a
A7.
small.
Rook A7.
Yeah, actually, no. That's a good move. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
time move. Well timed, actually. So then,
could
So
be.
there's a lot of other moves. What about the sedate rook b5? Just trying to.
I
pick
love
rook
the
b5?
sedate. I love the sedate move, rook b5.
oh yeah, that's
Trying to pick up the pawn. I hesitated.
You might have
'cause I
bishop
did-
a6. Yeah.
Yes, that was the exact.
And then I'd have to go rook c5, and we'd go into something similar,
But now you let me trade.
create a bunch of pieces.
Maybe. Well, that I thought that bishop on c4 was really your best minor piece, and so somehow trading off the bishop on b7, bishop on c4 might be a good deal. In any case, Hikaru, big time pressure.
Oh, and by the way, Var gives a gorgeous line. He says after knight g5, if bishop c8, so basically protecting the pawn with a simple move just by fixing the bishop on b7, now white has a bomb move. I don't know if I should let you guys see it. I should give you a hint. Yes, there it is. There it is.
Yaz
Yeah.
cannot help himself. It's incredible. Yaz, such a party pooper.
I know.
He's the one in the class.
I got
the pupil in the class. Doesn't even raise his hand. You know,
Right.
I'm not gonna raise my hand. The teacher says, so what the answer to blah blah, and Yaz goes, it's X plus 3. And the rest of the class is like, what the heck? How
Or
come
in
we don't get a
today's-
chance to look?
In today's parlance, he uses the everyone Zoom chat instead of the private Zoom chat. He tells the kids, private chat me.
Not
Oh,
even
Bishop
pick
A8.
me, you know, just give
Bishop
up the answer
A8.
right away. Bishop A8 looks terrible, and wow, quickly
not for
decided
C6.
on with Rook A6.
Similar
Jeffrey
idea
already
to
played
your rook. Yeah,
Already?
similar idea to
He
your
didn't even
rook
calculate.
E5.
He just moved over.
Oh my God.
That's
This is-
incredible.
This is
Going after-
shocking.
I have this great.
He's just going to win the pawn, guys, and then win the other pawn. This is going to be crushing for Jeffrey. Have we ever seen Nakamura lose to 2 lower rated players in a row? I mean, not that Jeffrey's that much lower rated than him, but in rapid he is, right?
He's getting
Oh,
tied
in
up in
rapid,
knots.
yeah.
His
It's
all of White's. The only bad piece White has is this knight on G3, and it might argue, you know what? I'm just guarding the pawn on E4, so
I
don't
got
worry
a job.
about me.
I got a good job. I wanted to share a friend of mine, Herman van Riemsdyk, international master from Sao Paulo, Brazil, came to Seattle and stayed with us. And he wanted to give this lecture on king and pawn endgames with, corresponding squares. So he was giving this brilliant lecture, and everybody in the class was mesmerized. It was a really, really wonderful lecture. And he asked the class, so now what do you think? And I raised my hand and I go, ooh, ooh. I got the answer. And Herman was like, give the others a chance. Now go outside and play ball with somebody. By the way, after rook a6 came bishop b7. Hikaru is flailing. He is not Hikaru that we know, because everything is now winning for white. I mean, rook a7, and you're renewing all of those previous threats that you had when your rook was on b6.
Look at Hikaru's face.
And guys, if Wesley's watching this round, he might start to regret taking an early draw, since both of his front runners might catch up with him.
He should, absolutely.
But he doesn't-
Absolutely. It's a bigger sport that's going to win this tournament.
Big scores to win this tournament, indeed. And by the way, yes, just a note for people watching, unfortunately, we lost a wonderful chess trainer, Grandmaster Miran Sher, a couple months ago. And Elizabeth Vickery, or Elizabeth Spiegel now, who worked with him, talked about a technique that he used for when there was a student who was like a lot better than everyone else in the class or sharper. And Miran would have them give the final move of the answer. You know, so like if it's a 6-move variation, they would give the final move. So the other kids could still kind of try to figure out how to get there, right? I thought that was brilliant. And I'm definitely going to use it.
I'm going to tell you, I had the same technique myself when kids who would put their hands up really fast before I even got the question out. But generally, it wasn't the kid who was the best kid in the room. It was the kid who just always put their hand up right away. Pick me. You didn't even ask the question yet, and they knew the answer. Like, what, how could you know the answer? I didn't even ask the question yet. So I would say, okay, tell me what the last move is. Like, what's the point of the line? And then they'd have to stop and go, oh, I didn't even look. So I don't know, but very good idea. We need to give that to Yasser Seirawan so that we calm him down from now on, from throwing out the moves. By the way, Jeffrey has won his pawn. Let's switch over to the game with Ray Robson, because this is a big point I wanted to make. And I talk about my late friend Ronnie Simpson, and it pops up so often on this show. One thing he taught me about when you count pieces, count only the active ones. I learned that from him. And the idea here is this move, Queen H6, that check, pushing the king to G8. You can say white has only a piece for 3 pawns, but the moment I play Queen H6, I have 3 pawns and a rook, because that H8 piece is doing nada. It's not in the game. It's doing 0. It's wondering about the day when it could once again be a rook or even happen to be a rook that roams free on the open air. It ain't happening now. Right now, that rook is dead. So white is just up material. White is up big material. White is up, was 3 pieces and a rook for that bishop sacrifice. If someday you get your rook in the game, but you know what? With that last move, knight e3, that someday is looking distant as that knight is headed to f6. And that's going to be mate.
Absolutely. No question about it. Elshan's position is absolutely awful. For me, also, it's just this black queen is terrible. If through the magic of video, you could put the bishop on b7 to the d5 square, then the queen, black's queen could roam a little, and maybe you'd have bishop takes c4 and queen takes a4 ideas. As it is, the black queen is absolutely stuck. You're 100% right that if you just count the active pieces, this rook on h8 is terrible. And you can just see that with this move, rook e1, f5 is being prepared, blast away, as is knight e3 to g4 to d6. It all looks really, really good.
And look at the continuation.
Trouble. It went
look at the continuation.
Knight
We're
A5,
close to it. We're close to the finish.
Knight a5, knight e3, queen c6. There's a good reason why the knight came back to e3. We're seeing it now. Knight d4, queen back
to e8. This was his point, to try to bring the queen back to help out and eject the queen. Knight g4 is going to be met by knight to d7, and you get the feeling there must be some kind of blow here. F5
We've been trying to play f5
screaming at me. I mean, just screaming.
Knight g4.
You see knight g4 on the board. It's got to be f5.
F5 is coming.
Still play f5.
Absolutely.
And if you take, we could play rook takes f5.
And f5 on the board. Ray is playing chess, folks.
Yeah.
I'm sacking a rook.
Yeah, and after pawn, f5, pawn f5, rook f5, pawn, and then if you take again, knight f5, we're threatening queen g7 mate and knight e7 winning.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you want to take with the knight? I was going to take with the rook, but
yeah, we're taking with the rook. We're putting a knight on f6. I mean, you could take with the knight too. Of course, that's.
Yeah, I mean, they're both winning, right? Queen g7, knight e7. Oh,
yeah. Flashy.
The other ways to win here.
The aesthetics of this one is just too sweet. Come on.
Just remember wise words of Michael Tull. 1 win per game is all you'll need.
Oh my goodness. F5. Look at that gorgeous move. What an attacking game, guys. He sacrificed with d5. Don't forget, he sacrificed on c4, bishop takes c4. He played d5 in this game. Then he took a bunch of pawns. He consolidated the whole position and now reset f5. This is a brilliancy. This is just a pure brilliancy.
Elshan looks like the guy who's holding the wrong side of a brilliancy right now. It's like
these guys need to play simple chess against Ray because he's just crushing people every game. And but he's trying to get those positions: King's Indian, wild Frenches, Sicilian, this is it for him. And hey, if he wins this championship, it will be his first championship victory after so many tries. And it would also be the first if Jeffrey did it. So we've got two potential first timers here in the hunt for the crown.
By the way, we're hearing that Jeffrey won his game, the game is already over.
Oh, and poor
wow.
Nakamura.
I thought we had a ways to go.
Poor Nakamura on a minus score here at the U.S. Championship. Nobody would have predicted that.
No way.
Yeah, I just thought that this was a very important moment, wanted to draw people's attention to it. You have a really, really good move, Rook A7 here, and I think that's probably even a better move. I would have taken the pawn. What can I say? Rook takes A5. I love having the material in the pocket, and I still have all of the advantages in the position. Oh my gosh, what a terrible position Hikaru must have. If the best he can do is play bishop F8 to B7 back to A8, because now, well,
look at the way he
Wesley
finished him
just
off.
Said,
look at this next move, this one. It's not trapped.
Wow.
Well, it's trapped in the sense that if you take on E4, splat. Yeah. Beautiful.
Wow. And
beautiful
look at this guy.
chess.
Look at that A-pawn ready to run.
We pinned him on top of it, and then he collected more stuff. Did he just push his pawn, or did he take on an A6?
I think
there's a knight F6 killer.
He gave up before knight F6. Wow. But let's go back to the Ray game. And he resigned
here, did Hikaru? So let's go move back to Ray as we watch Ray try to catch that score, or also catch Elshan's king.
Look what Ray did. Oh my gosh. He put his knight back on B5 to trap the queen.
Oh, what's better than checkmate? Trapping the king and the queen.
Oh, that's mean. That's just plain.
G5 has just been played, but wait.
He's styling right now.
There's queen G5. We can take on G5. G5 was played, queen G5, queen G6, and then
knight H6 and rook F7, and you resign.
You resign because it's checkmate.
Because it's mate. Oh yeah. that. Wow.
What a game.
Game of the tournament, guys. Game of the tournament.
Wow.
There have been some good games. There have been some great games.
There have been some great games. I'm sorry. I'll take this one. You guys take whatever else you want. I'm taking this one.
I like the Ray Robson Sam Shanklin game too with E4 E5. I mean,
you can have that one. You can have that
like
one.
This
That's
one.
Yours. I like this one. What he did in this game was sick.
That was nice.
Sick.
Wow. Let's just go to the game of Lanier Dominguez for just a moment. Where are you, Lanier?
Lanier Dominguez is playing against Alex Lenderman. Lenderman with the white pieces, Lanier with black.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah, and he's up a piece.
Ooh, wait a minute. Looks like an extra plea. Yeah, there was a pawn that was running up the board, and Lanier said, push him, baby. A3, A2, A1 equals queen, and he had to take it. And Lanier's going to win his first game. By the way, that's a strange thing to say, right? Lanier,
one of the favorites,
winning his first game. Like, this is a very strange tournament, folks. I mean, it's the Three Musketeers and what they've been doing to the field.
They extended their lead,
and he's up a piece, guys. So I suggest we could look at the game between Wander Liang and Sam Shanklin. Is that one's 1 minute for each side? Sam Shanklin is up a pawn and has a great position, but will he win it? As he recently won a game, the last round of yesterday, he also won a nice game. So I think this would be 2 in a row for him. And meanwhile, a Wander streak would end.
Did he beat Alejandro? Who did Sam? Yes, I think he beat Alejandro in the last round yesterday. Alejandro actually sank, sad to say, our fellow commentator, he sank to his 3rd loss yesterday. It was not a kind day at all for Alejandro. Now, in this position after B2, B4, I'm thinking this queen's got to go. I was going to go knight to G4, followed by rook to E5, A7, A6.
Allowing H5.
In the words of somebody good, what does that have to do with anything? A6?
Queen
what am I seeing here?
D8.
A6, H5, queen D8. Sam's really seizing the defensive and saying, oh, I wanted to defend against knight b5. I was still looking for the purpose of a7, a6 until queen d8 was put on the board.
Knight f5 on the board.
Knight
Look at
f5.
this.
Okay, so if we take with the bishop,
Had to.
I wonder.
king d7. Ooh, that's a good move.
Oh, that hurt.
And you're winning the piece.
That left the mark.
And you're winning the rook, the big piece.
That's it. Nice attack.
Before the bishop could land on d5, before you could play a5 takes g6, the rook found itself trapped. I take it all back. a6, genius. Queen d8, genius. King g7,
Genius.
Genius, defending everything.
Done. That's gonna drop the clock.
Wow.
That's gonna get him. That's a nice pin him and win him, baby.
Yeah,
But with the
that's
king
what it
going
is.
up to g7, you don't see that very often.
No.
Well done. There's not even a way to, just to make another move.
And I wonder is just like kind of amazed himself. It's like, wasn't I attacking? Yeah.
Yeah,
Sam just got up from the board and said,
there it is. By the way, our friend Alejandro is still playing against Darius Rich. So yes, coach versus student, but Alejandro's got the two bishops. They're both down to 1 minute. So anything can still happen.
This is a gorgeous bishop, by the way. It really entraps the rook while also tickling the knight. Alejandro looking very good. By the way, just want to sneak in the thought that was Sam Shanklin's third win in a row.
Right. Absolutely. Good point. He's had a horrible start and then he won 3 in a row.
Who did that? A Wonder had a terrible start. He lost 3 in a row, came back on day 2 to win 2.5. Yep. Guys, this U.S. championship has been ridiculously,
contentious.
Yeah, up and down.
Belligerent.
Everything. I mean, like results that you couldn't possibly expect to become commonplace. And wow. I'm still reeling from the idea that people have three players have 6 out of 7. Like what? That's a monstrous score.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah, like what?
If we didn't see it happening, you say it's impossible. 3 players with 6 out of 7. One of them not named Nakamura. One of them not named Dominguez.
Right.
I mean, those 2 are boards 2 and 3, or boards 3 and 4 of the Olympic team.
By the way,
they're not even in the top 3.
Knight g6 just played. Okay, what happens now? Bishop c4. Keep attacking. Pin him and win him.
Right.
Pin him and win him situation.
Knight f8.
King d7
bishop
probably.
d6.
But then you lose everything.
No. So we're looking at bishop c4, knight f8, defending the bishop.
Bishop d6, king f7.
Bishop d6, king f7. We take this, hoping to take this guy. So you take this guy, and somehow you survive. You slipped away. So this is the moment and he played bishop. Okay, hold on.
He played bishop d6 check, but then he noticed that line you were talking about, Yaz, and he kept the tension in the position. Bishop d3, still going for the win. Let's go, Alejandro.
Okay.
Sorry,
check.
we're supposed to be
14 seconds left for Darius.
But this would be his first
rookie
win, right?
8. Well, if he's going to get it, and that's still a big if. Rook e8. His idea is that bishop c7 is going to be met by knight d7, followed by knight takes c5.
Nice one.
Not easy now.
No, it's
not easy. Alejandro might have let something slip.
Bishop c7 was played.
A8.
Oh, the rook was forced to go back to a8. Well, that's actually a little bit of a relief. Now, how do we slip in the dagger?
How do you do it? C5 is a weakness. C5 is a weakness, and b3 is also a weakness. F4.
Can we play for f4 and f5 and bishop to d6? Yes. He has played
great
f4.
Time pressure move, guys. I love the move f4 and time pressure.
Whoa, rook c8. Whoa.
And now
that was a big time
giving
decision.
the A pawn for the F pawn, which Alejandro did not take.
Big time
you
decision.
You got to stop your idea now of f5, and he did. He took an f4, and bishop takes f4 played.
Okay, now we've created a very severe weakness. This is really.
But yeah, that bishop on d5 is just slightly annoying. Slightly annoying. Finding a weakness.
Slightly.
And the knight coming to e6 will hit the c pawn. This is stuff you have to meditate on now. All of a sudden, we talked about nervous tension. 20 seconds left for Alejandro. 11 for Darius.
10-second meditation.
Rook a 10-second meditation.
And
Rook
look,
E2,
rook to
knight
G8 next.
Rook to G8 is coming,
And
it's
look at
just
Alejandro's
happened.
eyes. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. He's dropping a pawn. He's the one under attack for opening up the file.
Well, at least now bishop f5 tactically protects stuff. Rook d2, we have bishop e6.
And he's done it. Bishop f5, rook g2 would be a blunder, as you pointed out, Jen. Bishop e6, overworked bishop, which would be protecting the knight as well as the rook. Rook g5 very quickly as time trouble.
Now he's under.
I think he's going to do a draw.
Under Darius right now at 7 seconds. Where's the draw?
Yeah, I think they're going to do a draw with bishop e6 or something. But
1 second.
Bishop g4 was
bishop g4.
Alejandro. Keeps it going, but this is dangerous, guys. Bishop f3, pawn f3, and then my rook might get into g3. Can I sack my rook?
Yes, you can sacrifice the rook.
Even better.
But even better is to play f4 as a prelude.
Oh no. This is going to be winning for Darius. I think Alejandro missed that moment maybe to play bishop takes e6. As he thought he wanted to keep playing for the win.
There he goes. Rook takes an f3 check. And he's going to take the H pawn. Oh, no, he's going after the A pawn.
Well, don't allow rook b2 takes b7 check. The A pawn could be very dangerous. So he played the really good move. That was a high-class move. Rook a3. And I think Alejandro recognizes that things have really gone south. Rook takes rook b2, hoping still for king c4 and rook takes. But I'm thinking he's way behind in terms of the tempi here now. This pawn is just too fast. Oh, look what's happened. King c4. It's a disaster for Alejandro's fans.
King c3, rook takes with check at least. A king moving up, but a king can head to e4 easily. The king can go as scored. So his last chance will be to take the c pawn and hope for rain in that one because his a pawn. What did he just do? He just played very bizarre. A6. I gotta chop that.
He's inviting rook takes, rook b6, which is
can't he take the rook? Can't he take? No, he took the rook. He made a mistake. He could have taken the pawn on c5. He could have taken the pawn on c5 with his knight.
Oh yeah. And now what's going on? Is Alejandro going to defend this?
He might have saved himself in this one. He had knight take c5. Oh my goodness!
No, hold on. Saved himself. We're thinking Darius is winning.
I'm thinking Alejandro now save himself because he's got.
No, we're thinking Darius is winning.
We still think Darius is winning.
He's going to go knight b7, and then he's going to win this bishop. But can this white king?
How does the white king get in? I got to get in via d7.
Oh, maybe.
I think this is a draw.
When you come over to g4 f3, I come to e5 e6.
Mm-hmm.
And then I try.
King c6, c4, take c3, move, push. Both queen at the same time on the queen side.
I think it's a draw. Yeah, I
both
think you're
queen
right.
at the exact same time on the queen side. What a steal! And Alejandro is smirking.
So you're saying right here it was knight takes c5.
Yes,
that was the winning move.
And bishop takes.
Rook takes, and then you're going to win.
Rook takes. Bishop takes h3. Bishop g1. And then f2, f3, and the king is right out of the box.
F2
by
and
one
H2
tempo
wins.
And we win.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let me refresh my board, go back to the current situation. But you're right. Knight takes c5 was under any normal circumstance when you have a little bit more time to think. I think all of the grandmasters, all of the players in this U.S. Championship would have found that winning continuation that you showed, Maurice.
Yep. And he is now being forced in this position is Alejandro to make a draw, but it does look as though king c6 is the right tempo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait a second. King c6 right now takes C4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 to queen, while black takes 4 to queen. So the queen will appear when just in time for white.
And they're playing it out.
They're
playing it out. King a6 or king a7, c2, b7, queen, queen.
Yep. Timing is just right. Amazing result. Maybe the fair result, if you will. as White had such a good position and Black came back, and these two will have a good laugh when this is over.
Wow.
They've worked together for years and years, and now they get this draw and say, whatever.
Perfectly played.
With the times that the pressure that somebody's tanking. I saw a 0-0 on my.
Are you sure it wasn't a 0-0-0-8? Sometimes an 8 looks like a 0. Oh no!
I was pretty sure, but okay.
Oh no!
It like 4 moves suddenly came.
Black is hoping that White does something exotic, like move his king away from the queen so you can play queen takes queen and promote the C pawn. Alejandra's not in that bad a form. That's not going to happen.
This was a fun game. This was an entertaining time scramble where everybody was fighting hard. You know, Alejandro had a chance to take a drawish endgame, and he wanted to keep fighting, and it backfired. That does sometimes happen in Blitz. But you got to admire the desire to keep going.
Wow. It's such an eventful round, and our 3 Musketeers scoring 2.5 out of 3 against the opposition.
Incredible.
I mean, they've just been mopping up. It's just
we're soon going to be at the point where it's mathematically impossible for anyone else to win. Especially
look at Alejandro. Look at Alejandro right now. He's just smiling like, what the heck was that?
First king.
I'm pretty sure he was thinking that when he played that move A6, this was just like, you know, I'm down to my last cheapo, right? You know, it's not even clear you have to take the pawn, but I'm down to my last cheapo, and somehow he swindled the draw.
Is that the only draw of the round, guys? I think that was the sole draw of the. Oh no, Wesley, of course. That happened so long ago, I forgot about it.
You didn't put it together with round 7. Well, I mean.
And let's take a look at Maurice's favorite game, Wesley So versus Sevian. Just kidding.
Elshot.
This thing was gorgeous.
Elshot.
Look at this. No trades for you. Heading for the attack, and then knight d4. The knight's just hopping. Do you like the way the knights hop on VChess?
I love it.
They don't slide, they hop.
I do like
actually all the pieces hop.
Make a little hop.
That was sweet. And then I went back to b5. Oh, sweet.
Threatening to trap the queen.
I love the hoppity hop pieces on VChess. And then the mating finish. King g7 is rook f7. Mate!
Wow.
That's nasty.
Well, we told everybody at the start of today's broadcast that we have been enthralled by the chess of the first 2 days, and round 7 didn't disappoint. Jen, our current standings.
We have Wesley So with 6 points, and he's joined by Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson. Wow, Sam Shanklin clear 4th as one player who's kind of expected to do well. So everything else is a surprise. As we have to say, Hikaru Nakamura almost mathematically eliminated from the event now, guys. That's a shocker. He'd have to win 4 games in a row and he'd only get 7 points. Think about this. Okay, if Shanklin wins 4 games in a row, he would get 8 points. So that's really the only other player who has any chance now. But with Ray, Jeffrey, and Wesley all yet to face each other, it's one of these 3 guys.
That means one player out of that group, or is it even more than one, has to end with 7 if they play each other. No, there's more points there's more points, right?
You need to have at least 3 points in between those 3. Yeah, even if they lose against everybody else.
Right, exactly. So
at least 7.5, right?
No, but they could draw each other. They could draw each other and only end up with 7. That's true.
True. Yeah, very unlikely. And then lose
but they are guaranteed to get at least 7. Yeah, and lose all the other games.
Yeah, not going to happen. And we're going to see a big score at the top. But how big is it going to be? Well, we will be back in just a few minutes for round 8 of the U.S. Chess Championship.
There's a lot of fantastic players and tough opposition in this tournament. What do you hope to accomplish in this event?
My goal is to get my title back. I won in 2018. Ultimately, though, what killed me about last year was not everything that happened to me, but rather that a true champion, when they face exceptional adversity, they man up and they fight through it and they win anyway. And that was something I should have done and I absolutely failed to do.
It's hard to say how I'll do. I just hope to do, well, relatively well and get a couple of scalps. I really want to beat at least 12700.
I mean, I would certainly like to win the tournament. Like, there is no point in playing tournament if you don't plan to or not trying to win the tournament. I know it's going to be extremely difficult and it'll be hard task.
Well, I've played everyone in the US Championship and I have a good feel about what I should be doing. I'm confident. I feel good.
So it's going to be very competitive. My goal is to try to win it, do my best, and try to finish in the top 3.
For the US Championship, I'm just hoping to play a solid event. Hopefully get some wins against some of the top players.
As I kind of always say when I play these events, I just want to play well and then see what happens. I think if someone goes off and they have the tournament of their life where they win a lot of games, they have a really great result, whether it's me, whether it's someone else, that's just going to happen. You can't really worry about that. So I'm just going to look to play good chess, try to win games here and there, and if it's good enough, it is. If it's not, then so be it. But really, just try to play good chess and then see what develops and how the event progresses.
So I'm the lowest rated player, so no sweat, no pressure. So everything is a gain. So being here, I'm happy. So I'm just playing my game.
I'm still not a serious contender, I would say, but I definitely would like to really play some good games and challenge the field there.
I mean, I always try to fight for first places, but I know that, my results in this type of format have not been great.
This has been a tough time with COVID and the way 2020 has gone. What have you been doing personally to relax?
Video games is one of the main ones. So, having my computer being my workstation and my PlayStation has has some negative consequences. It seems like I don't know when to disconnect from one to the other.
I think the big difference is that I've been talking much more to my family. I've, made more phone calls to my family than I've ever done before. I think this is a perfect time for people to really, get to know their families better and get closer to them.
I'm really enjoying just going outside and shooting some hoops. And I also just a big sports fan in general, so there are a lot of sports going on. I'm following everything. Baseball playoffs are also coming, so definitely excited for sports.
In general, I like sports. I always liked sports, so every now and then I will try to play some tennis or some football.
I play a lot of sports, basketball, tennis, soccer, and I started playing piano this year and I really enjoy it.
With no tournaments at all, I'm just studying. I'm teaching a bit more, writing a bit more.
I'm streaming pretty much every day these days. I took a day off the other day. I think what I do is normally, since I'm streaming in the morning, I have afternoons and evenings off. So a couple of weekends I've gone for hikes. I was out in San Diego fishing a couple days ago. So do a little bit of various things that are completely unrelated to either streaming or chess.
A St. Louis public radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
The St. Louis Chess Club, World Chess Hall of Fame, and legendary World Chess champion Garry Kasparov invite you to attend Strategy Across the Board, the virtual 4th Annual Gala, a fundraiser to advance St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational value of chess. Strategy across the board will be held online Tuesday, December 1st from 6:30 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Come celebrate with us. Reserve your virtual ticket now.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2020 U.S. Chess Championship as we have a thrilling round in store for you with a very big game. Check out those standings. Wesley So, Jeffrey Zhang, Ray Robson, all with 6 out of 7 scorching scores, and 2 of them face off right now. It's all about that Jeffrey-Ray game and, well, other important games, but that's the one to watch. 12 points in this game. That's really astonishing that we can have 12 points in a game.
Truly, and they are off, as we see in our V chess. Jeffrey, as white, has opened up with the Scotch. That's the move 3d4 on move 3. And this, I guess, didn't come as much as a surprise to Ray, as he's played very quickly into a main line with knight takes d4, knight f6. Ooh, interesting way of play. Bishop
What are your
d3.
thoughts on this opening as white? Do you think it gives white a good chance for an edge, or it's more of like a surprise weapon?
More of a surprise weapon. If the Scotch defense does by force give white an advantage, then it means that, well, that chess is really not an equal game, and that the first move is really big, right? But I never thought of the Scotch. If there's an advantage to the Scotch, I really think it's in this variation with e5, queen e2, queen e7, queen e2. And I don't think it's in the variation that Jeffrey chose, bishop d3, d5. I've always thought that this is a little bit too sedate for white. And after queen,
what's the deal
okay,
with this
everybody takes, everybody and his
D5.
brother takes on d5, queen e2.
I'm confused. This move I've never seen, and it looks like Ray has never seen it either, because he's looking at it befuddled. I guess you haven't seen it, guys.
No.
In this position, queen e2.
Right. The only thing I can imagine is if I take, you don't really want to take. I mean, this is just, yes, of course, you've doubled my pawns, but so what? I've got the 2 bishops. I can easily give one of the bishops back for your knight. In the meantime, I'll be able to play bishop f5. I'll be fine. So
You might be lucky I don't play bishop b7 in that position and give you my c pawn, so I can play bishop b7 and play 2 bishops against you.
So I'm thinking that Jeffrey's plan is to play knight d2 against d takes e4. But then the question I'd have is, very good, Jeffrey, how are you continuing the game after bishop b4? The desirable c3 has a refutation. Queen takes d3.
I think after d takes e4, I'm looking, and the main move is bishop takes e4. But
Really?
right here, even more popular, well, almost as popular as d takes e4, is to just continue with bishop e7.
Bishop e7. Okay, I'm looking for more or less for a refutation. Bishop e7 is a fine move, don't get me wrong. I'm thinking that that white has done something wrong, Jennifer, and I'm looking to punish white. So that was why I would be looking at moves like bishop e6, bishop g4, f3, bishop e6 as a way to punish white for having transgressed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. White is a 27-25 player with a computer.
That is true.
I mean, what are the odds?
Slipped off. He forgot his prep and did something wrong.
I think he knows that he knows all the nuances of this Queen E2 move. And Ray is sitting there as you see him meditating and cogitating, ruminating on this position. He's like,
and he has taken on E4.
What's the prep? And knight C3 instantly on the board.
That's
allowing bishop B4 if you like. We're in prep. We're going to be in Ray's prep, in Jeffrey's prep for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop
it's
B4.
probably equal. It's probably equal, but it's not easy and better for black.
Even this position has been played a number of times. So bishop
really.
B4, so
sorry, how does it go?
Schmidt variation. And if you play bishop B4 here, what do? I guess we have to, at that point, we could play bishop D2, or we could play, if we play bishop E4 now, what's the deal? You just take on.
You've got absolutely, positively nothing with the white pieces.
He's taken on E4. Bishop takes on E4 is on the board. He's done it.
Nothing. I think Jeffrey was just kind of hoping that he's got a surprise.
Look at this craziness. Castles, and he played bishop C6 instantly. He is not backing down.
Winning a pawn, but that's a risky pawn.
It was a winning threat for black. So like I said, I mean, Ray's in some kind of mode that I would be in as well. I'm saying that white's made a mistake. Queen on E2 looks pathetic. King still on E1. I'm trying to punish white. That's what Ray is doing. Ray is saying something is wrong with your position. And not only can I sacrifice a pawn, but I'm going to get an advantage after I do it.
I hear your mindset, Yaz, but look at Jeffrey's clock. He started the game with 25:30. So I just want you to match that number up. Obviously, I'm joking. 25:30. He has not blinked. He has not blinked in this opening. He's playing instantly on every single move. And he's telling Ray, of course I've looked at this. Of course I've looked at this, and I've decided that this is worth it. No question about it. And you need to find all the moves, because look at the engine bar as well. It's saying the position's even with black down a pawn, which means black has compensation in its assessment. But still, the guy's got 25:30 on his clock. He's not blinking. He's putting the onus on Ray to work it all out.
Well, it's shocking. Rook B8, castles. Queen D6, attacking the bishop, looking on for a good day to be able to play bishop A6 to skewer an exchange. So if you go back to F3, I'll go material hunting. Queen F3, that will run into bishop G4, I assume. Ray has played rook B8, by the way, which is a move I've been looking at. I've been musing over. I'm amazed.
Castles instantly.
Yeah, castles instantly.
And he has more time on his clock than he started with now.
Right. You have to play castles because bishop G4 is just simply a winning threat. It's a winning threat. If the rook ever gets to E8 when your king is in the center, it's over. Castles. And now I'm looking at Queen D6 so that I can tickle the bishop.
He played it.
Knight G4.
And he played bishop back to B5 instantly. And now has even more time than he had before.
He's got a 7-minute
adding time on his clock on every move.
I'm going with the moves, but it's like really strange because every move is instant. And by the way, bishop B5 was forced because if the bishop moves to F3 to stop knight G4, bishop A6 is lights out. So bishop B5 only move. Now here I can take on B5, play bishop A6, and take this rook. I'm looking for more. And
knight G4 threatening
Ray
mate
said
G3 instantly.
Only move because
and more time
F4,
again. 4 seconds extra. Every move he makes, he's adding time to his clock. Is Jeffrey Jean. Every single move he makes, he's adding extra time to his clock. Incredible. We're deep in his prep. I want to know how far his prep goes. I'm waiting to see the move that Ray makes that Jeffrey did not anticipate, because there's no way he's playing all these moves instantly, 1 second off the clock on every move, if he hasn't prepared this very deeply.
I think it's going to be pretty soon, because
okay, here we go.
Even if you remember everything, at some point it starts to get a little fuzzier, right? So you double check things.
We got it right now. We got our answer. We got our
Yeah.
answer. Queen C5 is on the board. This is not a move that was in his database beforehand.
Maybe, yeah, or it's not the top one, so he's trying to refresh himself, one or the other. He's probably
at least he paused, though. At least he paused.
But just trying to get the zen of the position.
You're threatening rook b5 and bishop c. You're threatening like bishop c3 and queen b5, right?
Right.
Okay.
So you're sitting here as white. This is your preparation. You're telling me that Jeffrey prepared, and he obviously did. You as white, you've played the move g3, weakening all the light squares around your king, and your bishop's on b5, and your opponent's bishop is within instant striking range of the long diagonal. That is really shocking to me. I can't believe that this position could favor white by any measure. Just g3. I mean, look at it. You just expose the king, and you said, Jen, bishop takes c3, rook takes b5. That precipitated the move bishop to d3.
And he played it pretty quickly, guys. I think the 40-second think indicates that he is indeed still in theory. He was just trying to double fresh something. I'm not sure. But so what you're saying is that this is more than enough compensation for a pawn, that this is kind of like a happier version of the Marshall?
Yeah, advantage black. Yeah, exactly.
So you're just going to try to checkmate threat with queen h5.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, wait a minute, this bishop is misplaced. That bishop needs to be on g2 just to make sure that bad things don't happen to the king. Now, it's very lucky that the rooks are not connected, so that rook e1, rook e8 attacking the queen doesn't come with the tempo. But you're right, it feels very Marshall-like play. Maybe this knight is on d5 in a Marshall, but very Marshall-like attacking play against white's king for the cost of a pawn. And even this rook could participate. I don't know. Rook,
but f3 in this position, queen h5, f3.
Yeah,
I
think it's a dangerous line to play in a rapid time control against such a tactical beast. I wonder what Jeffrey's thinking in selecting this, because it seems like when you have when you allow your opponent a pawn sacrifice with such wonderful comp, it's particularly unpleasant defending in rapid. And maybe what he's thinking is that Ray is going to get down to a minute trying to figure out how to mate him, and then he's going to I'm not even joking, I'm serious.
I know one of the most amazing games was this David Navarra game, where David was white and he marched his king in the opening all the way up to g7, and he knew his opponent Redislav would take forever and not find a mate and lose on time, which is exactly what happened. So
by the way,
yeah,
I'm too fascinated by this position. I wanted to find out what was in Jeffrey's book, so I did just open the engine to check. Queen h5 in this position, you have to be very careful with the black pieces. Queen h5, f3.
Okay.
And if you now play this move knight e5 casually, g4 shows up on the board.
Oops.
And suddenly you're in deep trouble as black. You're in a danger of losing an entire piece, as you can't defend this knight.
Right.
And the engine gives white as completely winning. So that's the first problem. The second problem is if you play bishop c5 check first.
Yes.
And white then plays king h1. And if you feel like, okay, I can casually play bishop to b7 now, suddenly knight e4 shows up.
Yes.
And the knight on g4 is hanging. The bishop on c5 is potentially hanging because your queen is defending it. And all of a sudden, white is ready to move the bishop off of c1. And white will say, well, exactly how does your attack work? So black has to be slightly careful and not just assume that Jeffrey just came into this line without any sense. And in fact, it's clear that Jeffrey's bluffing on some level. Black must be okay. Black must be okay. But he is figuring this is the kind of modern prep that says, you're okay, but find the moves, because your natural moves are not the ones that work. You have to start finding serious moves that prove yourself in this position. And it's extraordinary to see it. But for example, after bishop d3, the engine gives bishop d7, which irks you a little bit, doesn't it? Like, bishop d7, I want my bishop on the long diagonal. I don't want to play bishop d7, but it guards the knight. It brings the rook. It connects the rooks. There's going to be a rook on the line. So when you look at it, you go, oh, looks like a good move. What does Jeffrey have in his in his database against this one? It's a striking way of playing the opening where you can play forcing moves that may lead nowhere, but you want to see if your opponent can find all the moves. And bishop c3 after a long think is what he did.
Bishop c3, bc3 quickly played.
I'm not a fan of this, by the way.
Queen takes c3, bishop d2, I'm assuming just to protect the rook. Queen to c6 and rook e8.
Oh no, he played knight e5. And I've turned my engine off, but your bar is showing that after knight e5, white is the one who is better here. It did not look approvingly on this move.
I see the bar on the screen there. I don't have an engine on.
Oh, sorry.
I see what you mean.
The bar we have here. So this.
For those in the audience wondering, what it means is we don't know what the correct line is, but we know that white has a good line here because suddenly
an advantage showed up.
Just as the audience who's often watching without engine, they kind of experience the same thing. They know who's better if they look at that, but they don't know why. It's kind of a nice combination in a way for training that you know.
Look for a good move. Yeah.
You don't know what it is.
Right.
What is bishop a3 here? How do you assess bishop a3?
Bishop a3 forces queen a3, and then after queen e5, and indeed, Var says that's an edge for JX because we have an extra pawn where it's not the greatest pawn in the history of the universe. It's a doubled pawn on c3, but on top of that, we've got our queen on this stunning square, which is a powerhouse square attacking c7, and
white's better developed.
And has an extra 10 minutes on the clock, assuming he doesn't think for 10 minutes to play bishop e3. But he might play something else.
While we keep an eye on this game, let's just go to our game between Elshan and Wesley, because of course Wesley also is one of the players in a tie for first. And it looks like, I won't go through the whole game, but it does look like we kind of get a reverse Benoni. Wesley has ended up with the two bishops.
No, he's got an extra exchange. I'm sorry. I skipped ahead to looking at the position itself. I'm just saying Wesley's already up in exchange.
Oh, very good. Well, we'll get there then. Knight a5, knight c4, knight b3, attacking the rook on c1. Elshan said, "You can have that rook. I want to put my knight on d6 and capture that pawn on b7." Okay, an exchange. And we are now caught up with the players as bishop takes d6 is the last move by Wesley.
So it's an exchange sack for what? We have one pawn?
Not yet.
No, 0 pawns. Okay.
At the moment, but you're if you capture with the bishop with the pawn, that's a tempo.
You win b7 by 4.
And then you do have a pawn for the exchange, but I'm wondering how good
pawn you could have.
Yeah,
because
how
if
good
I play
is
bishop
that
e5,
pawn?
I'm going to be threatening to recapture the b pawn, and I'm also going to be hitting potentially the b pawn, depending on what you do with my rook on that open file.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
On the other hand, if you recapture it with a knight, bishop to c6, well, obviously defending the pawn on b7 with both the bishop and the queen, but preparing the counter exchange sacrifice, which will net black an extra pawn. Elshan, white looks pretty bad, actually, at this line.
He went into this line, by the way.
I could also play queen g5.
At what moments? I'm sorry.
If I wanted to, after pawn d6, I could also try to trade queens with queen g5, because I think it's going to be even better for me, the rooks in the endgame. I mean, rooks are very powerful in endgame. So queen g5, pawn g5, bishop b7, rook b8. And now your b2 pawn is under protected as well. And that's going to be more obvious in an endgame. So, I mean, would you have to play f4 here, creating more weaknesses?
I hate it.
Why did he have to play f5? Why did he have to sack an exchange? Was it forced?
At this exact
no, before this move, before knight b3 happened. Yeah, but he didn't have to play knight c4. So this is the position. What is is there a threat that?
I think he was worried that the bishop will come to c6, followed by bishop to d5 and knight to b3. He was worried that if he doesn't get control over the d6 square, Alshon was worried that black will park his bishop on d5 and just kind of argue he's got a big edge, and I wouldn't argue against that. As it turns out, well, let's just take a quick gander. He did play queen f6. I liked your move, queen g4, pardon me, queen g5 as well, Jen. Queen f6 was Wesley's choice, and the players have quickly gotten to that position. Oh, he did play queen g5, or
so yes. Would you trade? Would you trade what he did, giving up an exchange, for this position versus the position with the knight potentially going on b3 with the bishop on d5? Which
no,
more
I think this position is just terrible for white, frankly. The problem is, you know, if you put this b2 pawn on the b4 square, I'll change my assessment and say, you know, it's not that bad. It's compensation. Unfortunately, as Jen, you know, so adroitly pointed out, the b2 pawn is a very, very significant target. In these endings where you get to go queen takes c1 and bishop b5, the rooks, that rook will land on b2 with a thud. If the pawn was on b4, well, now you can argue that if you ever capture on c4, I got two connected passed pawns. It makes all the difference in the world. As it is, I think Alshon's in real big trouble. I would not have gone into this line. I would have played bad. As you were suggesting, don't sacrifice the exchange. It wasn't.
Find something else to do and defend the position. This was very radical decision that he must have misassessed going into it. By the way, Jeffrey did play bishop to a3, ripped the piece off of e5, and after bishop e6, put his rook on e1. And he's, after all the demonstrations by black, it is a pawn to the good, slightly more active pieces. Not easy to make this pawn work, as it is a pair of double pawns, but it's better to have the pawn. If you're going to play the Scotch, where equality reigns supreme, it's this position you might sign up for a few times to say, okay, I'm the one up the pawn, and we'll see what happens.
And I feel like one possible idea for white is to just, like, you know, run the H pawn off the board just to create a tiny little bit of a weakness, because that's the problem, right? Black doesn't really have such clear weaknesses except c7, which, you know, shouldn't be that hard to defend, especially since if I take there, you might be able to just play rook c8
not even
and take
defending
on c3. I don't know if it's a lot though. Like, guys, how big would you rate this advantage? Now, I know if you rate this advantage plus the 10 minutes on the clock, okay, that's big. But what about just the advantage? Yas, Maurice, like, would you rate it?
I don't see this as really significant for white. Like, for example, suppose I play rook here, and let me just put some moves on the board just for argument's sake. Great, you have an extra half pawn. If you, I don't know exactly how to say that. You've got double pawns, but is the C pawn as dangerous as the A pawn? I mean, that C pawn, the promotion square, is actually being covered twice. The promotion square for me is only being covered once. And I'm thinking, I get my pawn to a3, I go queen b2, and I'm happy. Now, you mentioned a very nice idea for white here after the move rook e1, and maybe something that you really want to consider more seriously is not to take the pawn, to simply give me this guy. Maybe you want to keep the rooks on the board as well, and play for the attack. here I'm suspecting queen d5 might be, okay, so that's why after h4, maybe we'll just move the rook. I'm not exactly sure, but I know what you mean, Jen. Let me just put another move on the board for just a second. When you can get black to play h6 and you've got a pawn on h5, we should all know and be familiar with this pattern. Now, this attack of the battery with the queen and the bishop is really strong because the pawn's on h5 and you can't play g6. So maybe in this position after rook e1 by Jeffrey, rook b2, you shouldn't go pawn hunting. You should start thinking in terms of a kingside attack. By the way, yeah, we do have a very big move. I would call this a very important move by Ray, because that just gives up anything that I was saying, that kind of assault against the a2 pawn. You just take that right off the table. And Jeffrey said, let me make sure of that, and I'll play a4 as well. So
I would say, Yasser,
yeah,
this position with black against you, I would be peeing in my pants.
Yeah,
I would not be confident that this is just going to be something I can find the right moves to defend. This one feels more with the queens on than the queens off.
Right.
This one feels like white has no losing chances, 0. And it's black who has to find the right moves now, the way he's played this position. He could have played differently. We know that. He could have
sure.
maneuvered through this differently. But by playing the very committal bishop takes c3, he decided to go for this position, allowing white to completely suck up all his initiative that it looked like he was developing. And now it seems like one of those, like Jeffrey, I keep calling him Jeffrey Wesley.
Wesley, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey decided, I'm going right into this end game up a pawn. You will have weaknesses the way I have weaknesses as well. I'll be able to play, if you trade queens, put a rook on c5, maybe put a rook on a5, start trying you down, play f4, bring the king into the game. And you're the one who's down the pawn. Sure, I may not be winning this position, but I'm not losing, and I'm up a pawn.
Little squeezing going on.
This is a very professional way of playing. And what he was aiming for, which was a small edge with a big edge on the clock, is staring right in front of us. I would posit that this is all Jeffrey wanted in the first place. A small edge with a big edge on the clock. And it's pure success, as he's got 1940 and Ray's got 718.
And I think it ties into their approach to chess. Like, you see Ray Robson as this player who is such an aggressive player, such an attacking player, likes things to be wild, seems to get kind of engrossed into the beauty of the web of variations and just like out tackles his opponent and calculating. Whereas Jeffrey is a very practical player. He is a poker player of an event. Like, he's trying to, get you into a situation that you don't like or you're uncomfortable with. And so I really think that this was smart by Jeffrey. That said, time pressure might be less of a factor with such simplification. But it's a two-way.
Well, we all know that Ray is so susceptible to getting into time trouble. And, these early problems that Jeffrey just gave him, Jeffrey was thinking, keep thinking, Ray, keep thinking, keep getting into... keep that clock ticking. I was hearing what you guys were saying, imagining the simplification, what you were saying there, Maurice. You trade the queens, you've got the rook could slide, to c5 or a5, tickle the pawns a little bit. The pawns are separated. You do have the extra pawn. How meaningful is it? I'm still not sure.
Again, the reason why I said this about black is the way you described Ray is how I would see, the way Jen described Ray as how I would see myself, although Ray is a much stronger version of wanting to have some dynamics, interesting play, creativity. To play you, Yasser, with you having
just a
white,
technical position,
where you can say, Maurice, your creativity, there's nothing here for you. You have nothing to think about. You're going to be defending for the rest of the game. Now, you as black would say, well, I can defend these type of positions. I know what you want. Don't worry, I can handle it. But Ray as black, He's got 5-16. He's not flowing. He's not in flow. I think he picked this opening perfectly for the opponent in front of him. It's not about the position. It's about the situation and about the psychology. I'm amazed that Jeffrey went for this line in the first place. Look at the success it brought him. I mean, the facts are speaking, or at least the evidence for this game is telling itself. The guy's got 1940 and Ray's under 5 minutes.
Yeah, this move bishop takes c3, just giving up the two bishops, what looked like really solid compensation for the knight, and then not to take the pawn. I'm kind of confused. Let me just take a quick gander at the game between Elshan and Wesley. When we left it, we thought that the exchange sacrifice was not going to work well for Elshan. You mentioned f2, f4, and I cringed when I saw that move, Jen, just because I thought, okay, you're exposing White's king that much more. But Elshan probably felt, look, I'm going down. If I go down with queens on the board, I've got a puncher's chance. Without the queens, I got no chance. So maybe f4 was just one of those things you simply had to do. The position called for it.
Actually, I think he's right. I think that Wesley is such a brilliant technician.
He really
he'd have zero chance in those end games. I don't know if he has a chance here, but I can completely understand the logic. There are a few pieces over there on the king side and no defender.
Exactly.
So.
Gotta hope. Gotta do something because you're down in exchange with a weak B2 pawn, as you mentioned, Yaz, and this is not looking good. You do have a couple of pieces over, but it's a bishop and a rook. Where do we put our queen to crack that position open? What is the sequence when the guy plays bishop takes knight on c4?
Right.
And you're thinking, could I get some more stuff on the board, please?
I need more wood.
Rook e7 is just rook d7. That's the problem. Like if instead of taking on f5, you just have
rook e7 instead of rook takes
rook
f5.
e7.
Be really nice there if we could get that move for free. That would be so sweet.
Truly.
There's no funsies here.
There's nothing. No, Wesley's on to a victory here. We got to see whether or not JX or Ray can stay with him.
Is that still so clear? Hold on. One more look. So, hold on. How did I want to do it? Boy, I think I just had a brain freeze.
You tried rook f5. You want to try bishop f5 so you still have rook e7 threat?
Yeah, but the problem, it's this Zwischenzug. That's right.
Yeah. Now there's no time for rook d7. Okay.
Right.
But what are you threatening? Who
queen
and where?
Takes c4 and maybe queen takes f7.
c5 here.
But queen c5, hitting your bishop.
Right into the bishop, which is useful.
Queen c5, hitting your bishop.
Ah.
And the d6 and protecting the c4
that's
bishop.
The problem, yeah.
No, that's
no fun. Rook c7, you just take the in your upper rock.
No.
Problem is that bishop being loose on f5 ruins it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, advantage Wesley, back to Jeffrey and Ray again. These two players in first place. And that's what I meant by this move, queen a3 to d6. If you're not trading queens, and I guess he decided not to do that, wasn't the queen on c6 like a few moves ago? Like I could have swore that. Let me just go back.
I think it was c5 actually. I think it went to
wait a minute. It was okay. It attacked c6.
It attacked.
I stand corrected. Then it went to c5. So okay. So this is so strange.
This queen has been dancing around and now no progress there. There's a bishop b5 or a bishop e4. One of those two moves, I'm not sure which one, as black is hoping for some stuff.
Is a pawn hanging?
The a pawn would hang, and looks like it. Well, there's c7 is hanging as well, so you could trade and.
Well, that's a trade that I was actually
want that trade.
To do. I'm more intrigued. Well, okay, obviously, I don't want to lose the pawn, but I'm still intrigued by Jen's suggestion of running Harry the h-pawn up the board to set up a battery. Now, queen c6 does have the advantage of tickling the pawn. That is true.
What if bishop b5, though? I had the two options of bishop e4 or bishop b5. So where
I like bishop b5.
And he's played bishop b5. So where is
You're
the
winning
queen
at
going?
the tempo. You're winning a very nice tempo. Now, if you're not going to f3, I really suspect you are going to f3. I really don't. Why did I play queen b6? A lot of Ray's moves are beginning to look a little mysterious to me, but now the move.
And he's got 3:45, 3:42 left on the clock right now. And he's got to
Famous
make
last
sure.
words. I said the position's more simplified, so we won't get into time pressure. I
don't buy that for a
I shouldn't have said that.
I don't buy that
No,
for
because
a
just
second.
because it's simplified, he still realizes that he's under pressure. So, definitely a tough task for Ray. By the way, last
Queen
round.
c7 in this position, yes.
Yeah. I'm dreaming. You know what I'm dreaming, of course, is to deliver a mate on the light square.
Except I sack my queen on c8 right now, and you cry.
Exactly. The back rank mate is the issue. You know, when you think of how many moves Ray's made with his queen, and he's never made Luft, is pretty sad.
And he's played queen b7, guys. He's played queen b7, protecting the pawn on c7, but not a
Keeping bishop h3
square.
alive.
Yeah,
Keeping
I like
bishop
that.
h3 alive. That's what his main point is. But bishop h3 is not even a threat.
Because we have
because
rook
we could
d8,
trade rook and
d8.
sack the queen and it's mate. So Jeffrey just played rook d4 and said, your move.
So bishop h3 is not on the menu. The problem is it's like, as Yaz was saying, like it's harder to make Luft in this position because all of the Luft we can make is kind of undesirable. I guess we have to pick one of them though, right? I mean, what do you say?
By the way, this rook on the fourth rank, is starting to ask a couple of questions. We might go to g4 if your bishop right now is stopping that. You might go to h4. That rook on the fourth, I'm not feeling this rook, and you can't trade it because c takes, and I guess maybe you could think about trading it and
but then
hope you could slow things down.
Or you could try c5 at some moment when a queen can't take, but he's played g6. But that earlier move I mentioned with h4 becomes stronger once you play that move g6, because then I'm trying to go h6, torpedo trap anyone, and if I can't, h5 is going to be annoying, especially if I put my bishop on d3, because then I'm going to be threatening things like take twice on g6 and your e6 bishop hangs. Now, I know I'm giving white like 20 moves in a row, so Ray has some defensive ideas, probably based on shutting my queen out of e5 somehow.
Guys, quickly, we won't last long in this game, it looks like, but we need to look right now. The game with Elshan and Wesley, after e takes f5, queen f4 was played. Queen f4, looking for f takes e4, get lucky, and play rook to e7 and win with that move as you're hitting the queen on a7 and the pawn on f7. And that's a nice little hope. Wesley played bishop takes c4 and queen takes f5, threatening mate in 2. And after g6, queen f6. He's gone all in on this attack. He's hoping for bishop g6 maybe will be able to help him out and save himself. Is this sound? He's down a rook right now. Turning the tables to Wesley, who was up a rook, down a rook against Sam Shanklin and managed a mating attack. And Wesley has said, go ahead, make your next move. He's played queen b6. Bishop g6 right now doesn't work.
Bishop g6, queen d6?
And that's the idea. End of the story. There's rook e8 winning your queen.
Right. So,
but I'm not sure that is enough.
Okay, so at the moment it's a rook, so probably, sorry, let me put that very important point. Queen takes e8, queen takes d6 is defended by the rook, but I can decoy the rook, deflect the rook.
Deflect the rook.
Deflect the rook because of the threat of bait, forces you to take, and I can win the queen. So it's 2 rooks for a queen, and white's in there with the shout.
But you could have
I think
taken
it's
with the
rook
rook.
takes
You could take with the
rook. That's a problem.
That'll be easier.
There is a problem. I want my rook back on e4, please. Could I just put the rook on e4 so I can sack on f7?
Yeah. That looks like a lot more fun. As
unfortunately, this move, queen b6, giving back the material, not capturing the bishop, looks to be really, really a key move because rook takes d6 is the answer.
These guys don't fall for tricks, do they? Really
By the way,
well, what's bishop f7? What's bishop f7 here?
Well, no. This is the position, Maurice. You can't get two moves.
Oh,
and
he's taken.
He's taken
on
bishop.
c4, rook d6, and this is just gonna push all his pieces out. D3 check is a nasty threat.
Big relief for Wesley now that he's grabbed this d pawn.
Queen f4 play, but can you just play check and d2?
Well, check.
Oh no, check is c5. Check is c5. D2 is takes queens. Even that I think is.
Yeah, I'm thinking that you just sidestep the move c5 for a moment with rook d6, so that d3. And again, just imagine. I'm thinking if this pawn were on b4. Look at what a great difference that would be if the pawn was on b4 and not on b2. But rook d6, queen f4 on the board. Look, I'm not going to say cruising, but it does look like Wesley So is in command in this game. Back to Jeffrey and Ray. When we left it, we thought that Jeffrey was getting an advantage, and it looks like he's increased his advantage, by the way. After that move g6,
he went a different
rook
way.
d4, g6, he went rook h4.
Wow.
Look at Jeffrey.
I was talking about the rank, hyper aggressive use of this rook on the fourth, finding the h7 square as a weakness.
I like that. And he's pointing out how the queen on b7 is inept. You need that to defend. So now if queen f3, queen g5, bishop d5, some nice counterplay.
Right, and that was rook f4, and look at this.
Queen back to b7.
All the way back.
Move.
So,
a free move.
Yes.
Was it any good? Was it useful?
Yes, I think it was incredibly useful. If we imagine the queen goes here, rook takes e6 is...
Sorry. Wesley did play that move, sacrificing the queen with allowing c5. So we just need to go to it real fast. We'll come back to this as it looks like there's a little bit of time. Just go to Wesley's game really quickly. He did not play rook f6 and resignation. Man, I was trying to catch it before the guy resigned.
You were so close, Maurice.
I was so close.
but yeah.
c5, d2. And that was where Alshon said, I've seen it all.
Nice move indeed. That's a beauty.
I've seen it before. And just as you were saying, I mean,
if queen d2, rook d2.
You almost predicted this, Jen, that pawn on b2, the rooks are just so strong once you win that pawn. And Alshon just gave it up. So Wesley So says, okay, young guys,
the pace.
Yeah, keep the distance.
7 out of 8.
Catch me if you can. You bet. Rook f4. I thought that was a very useful move. I just wanted to say that if queen f6 and rook takes e6 can be played, Jeffrey is gold. That's like game over. So
many
just
candidate moves here for Jeffrey, though. You could think about h4. You could think about bishop d3, trying to sack things, rook f6, queen f6. So he's actually sinking into what seems like it might be his biggest think of the game. I think he's been thinking for 3 minutes. And
what's the right move?
He's got an extra 10 minutes.
Let's start with the most obvious one. The most forcing is queen f6. Bishop can't move to the desirable square h3 because, oops, f7 instant resignation. So
why is f7 instant? Oh, because of bishop c4 coming. Okay, let's just point that out. The queen f7 king moves, check, and then this bishop comes back on the diagonal.
Oops. So the bishop cannot leave the protection of the f7 pawn. However, queen f6 did set up rook takes. Don't think you're getting me on the back rank because I do have bishop f1. So rook takes e6, queen f6, big time threat of rook takes e6.
And what if just something like c5, trying to protect against it? Queen f6 was played.
C5, I take.
You just take.
Oh, because you get to.
Yeah, and the same thing as before, right?
No, because queen g7 appears.
I do have queen g7, but I think you have rook f7.
Oh, mate on the. Now the check on the back rank starts some action.
No? Now it starts to get more annoying because you can play rook f1. Right, you can play rook f1 and queen h1. Does that irritate me?
Queen h1, king e2, and your checks come to an end.
And I'm also lost because you're just running queen f6
It's lost.
and queen
Yeah.
b7 mate.
Too many threats.
Okay. All right. Well, queen f6 was his choice. Of course, Ray doesn't have to play c5, but somehow he needs to get his queen into the action because we can't get our rook into the defense. Is why that bishop on b5 is so annoying, and
So
probably
queen d5.
why
Queen
played
d5.
c6.
No, he played
So
c6.
I think
That
you have to
can't be
play
right.
c6. I
Okay,
think
and
you
now, and so what if
have
we
to play c6.
Oh, rook e6 is taking on b5 now.
Precisely. And then rook e7, rook d1 is actually mating finally.
Yeah, you know, now you're upset that you traded off your bishop. But having provoked the move c6, in my estimation, is really, really good news for Jeffrey. Now Jeffrey can reset the whole thing.
He did already.
With bishop d3. And it's not that I'm threatening g6. Yeah, I think I am threatening g6.
That's a
but
killer.
I really think I'm threatening h4 and h5 because against h4 you won't be able to play h5 because bishop g6 will.
But how do you stop bishop g6 right now?
Well, if I move my bishop or if I defend my bishop.
Oh, because bishop g6 is a threat because you're saying
Rook
on
e8.
g6 there's rook h4.
Rook e8, I still take on g6.
What?
You'd have to take with the.
Why can't I take on
F1
g6 and then take your bishop?
Yeah.
Just a moment.
He's played rook
Really?
e8. He's played rook
It's
e8.
on the board. He's got 14 seconds left, by the way. 14 seconds. And Jeffrey has 9:23 to figure out how to drop the death blow.
I love this game, guys, because I was so overexcited to play the move h4 and h5, but I love how Jeffrey kept it in waiting because if I had h4, I wouldn't have bishop g6 winning, which was just played.
On the board. All of it's on the board. Bishop g6, rook e6. Now,
he missed something.
Because the key point was if hc6, there's rook h4. So he actually deliberately left that square open for the rook and not rushing with the h4 move. Beautiful check.
Exactly. Now, c5 played. That's got to be complete desperation in this position.
Right.
He's down 2 pawns. His king's exposed. And he's hoping for something lucky out of somewhere with 9 seconds left against 9:04. This is over.
Yeah, it is. And I'm playing h4 right away, just making sure there's no rook e1, back rank mates, no. But really playing for h5. I really think that h4, h5 will do the trick. But you're right. I mean, Jeffrey's got this game. He's 2 pawns up. It's 9 seconds on his opponent. He just shouldn't rush.
Right, don't rush.
And just figure it out.
By the way,
and if he wins, he's tied for first.
Awander Young has won a very nice game against Darius Virch, so he recovered from his loss against
that youngster is showing heart, man.
Yeah,
he's going to be
somebody who
special.
Somebody who started 0-3. Give the young man a great deal of credit. Well done, Awander.
Absolutely.
Alejandro, 2 pieces. No, Alejandro's losing this, no question about it. Too many pawns. I mean, holy smokes.
4 pawns, guys. I counted for you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I mean, I usually stop at 1 and 2. Sam Sevian versus Alex Lenderman. Sam
is up a piece for 2 pawns.
Money business piece. The B pawn. One of the
B pawn's hanging too, and the A pawn. This looks like a fascinating imbalance. And now look at this though. This one looks bad for Sam. Sam won 3 games in a row, and Hikaru lost 2 in a row. But it looks like their fortunes are going to change in this game.
It does indeed. It looks like Hikaru with the white pieces has big advantage. A
third pawn for Jeffrey on the left. If we're adding it up, he's got a third pawn. You can keep analyzing. The folks can see he's down to 1 second is Ray, and finally actually made a couple of moves and won the C pawn back, but he knows it's over. He's looking to the side now. And man, pure greed. Jeffrey said, I'm taking your A pawn too, with queen f7 check as the nasty threat there. So he's up 3 pawns.
And
I like C4 right now, for example.
I love a C4. C4 not only push him, baby, but you're setting up queen f7. By the way, we're going to send Jeffrey the Pawn Grubbers gold card club certificate of
he played queen d7 instead. And now
a really cool visual move because it's also attack and defense. It stopped you from playing queen d5 check, and it threatened queen f7. So kind of an unusual incarnation of double attack. And he
There's
doesn't play
C4.
C4.
There it is. Queen D5 check is a threat. Queen F7. Queen E6 is a threat. There are too many threats. There's nothing to do here.
threats.
I think Ray's gonna. It looked like he flagged there, but he didn't. But unfortunately, it's not going to change any fortunes here.
Rook F7.
Rook F7 looks decisive.
With the idea
Queen
of Queen
F6
F6 and Queen G7 mate.
Looks just instantly decisive. Rook F7,
F7
and you don't have a
queen,
move.
Queen and queen. Ouch. That is nice. You threatening Rook F8 as well as Rook H7. So we're thinking that the finishing touch for Jeffrey. Very impressive game.
Yes.
By Jeffrey. I mean, Ray, and just he's done it. And King G8 on the board. So Rook F7.
What's Rook
King
H7 now?
G8.
If I take the pawn and threaten. Oh, Rook H7, he does have Rook F8 and pretend that he's still in the game.
That is true.
That's weird. That is actually weird. What the heck? Rook F8, and there's no obvious blow.
It feels like there should be. I mean, C5, C6, C7 is rather mundane, but okay. Jeffrey said,
did take Rook F8.
That's one more pawn. I am threatening mate.
Oh, that's nasty.
I can play check Queen E4. That's been done.
That's mean.
That's just cruel.
Yeah, it's just mean what he's doing now.
Yeah. Too many pawns.
Too many
pawns.
Too many pawns. At any point, he can trade rooks if he felt like it, but he won't. He'll just keep torturing you. And you're going to offer trades in a second.
The problem is, the moment you put something on F6, Rook F4 lands.
Rook F4, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's going to offer the trade, and now White's going to say, gladly, accepted. Thank you.
And Ray keeps getting down to 1 second, but it doesn't really matter here.
No. By the way, a very nice touch. King G1. A1 square is protected. Very class. And
wow, his preparation worked perfectly, guys, for a rapid game. For a rapid game to work out those nuances. Jeffrey Zhang, and he has not played Wesley yet. When do they play?
Jeffrey and Wesley, don't they play?
They play
now?
Next round, don't they?
Yeah, so don't they play now?
This is the good stuff. This is the good stuff, guys. They got a
read it well. You guys feel bad for Ray Robson here.
I'm just looking at the game of Sam Sevian, Alex Lenderman. That's this crazy game where Sam has an extra knight, but it's not so easy as the knight is awkwardly placed.
Awkward.
I didn't see the finish, but I assume Lanier won. Lanier Dominguez was playing Alejandro. Am I right?
Yes, he did win.
Yes. Okay, so I'm staying with Sam Sevian, and we just saw the move F5. I'm expecting maybe the move King D2 followed by King C3, protecting the pawn, if possible.
He's trying to make that E pawn into something meaningful, but we'll have to come back to it. But at the moment, just keeping the knight entombed on this E8 square.
That's the annoying thing, right? The knight just is on the. I mean, put the knight on C4, be a boss, and it's just
good
like
luck.
Wonderful, right? So the knight, you want the pawn on B3 to be captured, so you can go knight to C3 to B5, bring that back into civilization, and then you'll see rook and knight ensnare the king. But this move F5.
I mean, it's mildly annoying, right? Because
more than mildly.
I mean, he's gone for this position. This is very
Sam
practical, but maybe too practical a decision.
Sam said, that is such an annoying knight to try to rescue. I'm just going to give it up. I'll go into a rook and pawn endgame, a pawn ahead.
And by the way, while this one turns out to be more of a technical task than we expected, if you guys want to see Hikaru Nakamura win his first game in a while.
All right. Sorry. I thought that game was over. Okay.
I don't think so. It's still going tonight, as far as I see. He's just played the move Rook E8. And, Hikaru is not only up in exchange, but Sam's king on an E6 also looks in peril.
Vulnerable.
But are there any tricks here? If if you play rook e8, does queen d2 check do anything? Because obviously, if we could get into an endgame, we'd be thrilled. We could play queen d2 check, and unfortunately, rook e8 is actually a check. But after knight e8, if we could somehow trade queens, we would be thrilled. But look at this rook d1. That's a good move.
Really? Queen b4, queen g4 check.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about queen b4.
No,
Well,
but it is a sparkly move because it looks
Oh.
like he's going to mate the guy.
I didn't see it.
I think his idea is not to play queen g4 so much as
rook h6
to play rook h7.
Or rook h7.
Rook h7, tickle the knight so that the queen can sometimes swing to h3. So let's say queen b4, rook h7. So now the idea is to swing here, go check, and queen h6 as well as check, and maybe rook to d7.
Rook h6 is very concrete.
He played rook h6.
Rook h6 looks like a good one as
corrected.
well.
Very concrete. Who defends that?
Queen f6 and rook f6 mate.
Okay, so if the queen drops back,
Yes, you have to do it. You have to go back to f8 or e7.
Well, if I go back to f8, I may run into rook f1, so I may have to go to e7.
No, but queen g4 check. Queen g4 check and rook f1 is going to be lights out.
This is even stronger. Yep.
Or that is even stronger.
So he went back to f8, did Sam, but now he's going to have his feelings hurt when the rook shows up on f1 and there's no defense to rook takes f6.
But look at Nakamura shaking his head in disgust. I wonder if he's thinking about a previous game, because this one looks pretty happy. That's what I'm saying about Naka. Sometimes he shakes his head in disgust when he's totally winning.
When he's winning, yeah.
And sometimes he's totally losing. It's a bit odd. It's just like, I think it's more like he's maybe thinking about some analysis that he messed up and it could be better or worse, because it's a little confusing.
Okay,
Maybe
but queen g4 check. Isn't queen
sorry.
g4 check and rook to f1 on anything you do just crushing?
Well, I do have rook e6.
Queen g5.
Very nice. He's played queen h3. I think there must have been a plethora of wins here for Hikaru, because he seems to be
he's banging. He just trapped the queen. He just trapped the queen with something nasty.
That's a good one.
That was nice. I'll take that one.
Queen h8 would start with rook takes e7 check.
Yes.
Artistic.
That was nasty. Good finish.
That was artistic. Oh,
beautifully done.
Sam sits back, resigns, as they both now have an even score. You see,
that really took the wind out of Sam Shanklin's sails. He had won how many in a row?
3 in a row.
3 in a row, and was creeping back into the table there. But man, this was a nice finish by Hikaru.
Nakamura had lost 2 in a row, so he needed to get some wind back in his sails.
Exactly.
All right, we got one game left in this end game. I don't like this.
We'll go back. Now, this is a classic ending of 4 versus 3, but this time you have an A pawn. And I remember I was on the appeals committee for the World Championship match in Buenos Aires in 1930. Capablanca versus Alekhine. But in that game, Alekhine had the rook on the good position, and he won it 4 versus 3. Here, the rook is, I'm going to say, in the bad position on the side. G5. What a move by Alex.
That's extraordinary.
Wow.
That's insisting that you cannot win this game to save your life. You make this move.
Well, what he's really saying is, I'm going to park my king on G3. If you ever try to crawl your king all the way over here to the queen side so that the king could then go all the way up the board and you can promote your pawn for a glorious victory, he's going to put his king on G3 and get counterplay. What a move, G5. I'm not sure.
But rook b6 doesn't do anything?
Rook
trying to win your
check.
G-pawn? I'm trying to win your
exactly. I'm assuming you can win it, and you can try to play maybe...
I'm trying to win your H-pawn for free, but actually...
Well, this ending, I believe, is draw.
This one is a draw. I was trying to win your H-pawn.
So,
but that looks like it should be a draw.
This,
also. Yeah, it looks like it should be a draw. Because when I take it king g6 and I can't play g4,
Mm-hmm.
and this does nothing.
So we're back to this moment. So what Sam did is he said, okay, I'll go along with your agenda. I'm going to take this pawn, but this time I'm going to bring the king close to the king side before I give the check and go after this f pawn. So he went king g1 in order to stop the king from coming here.
But he's close to a draw right here.
Is Lenderman? Why? Because you're going to have to give ground. As soon as I go rook here, I'm threatening to take with a check. You'll have to back up, which is exactly
but he played rook a1.
Right?
He played rook a1. So now your king can't enter.
Mm-hmm.
You can't play king h3 because you drop mate.
Don't do that.
So
Don't
king
touch your
g5
king.
played.
Luckily, you can't touch your king in rapid chess.
What I was thinking.
Move.
Look, this is what I was thinking. Right here. Look, you see this? Rook g7 check, and now black is threatening rook h1.
Stalemate.
Exactly.
Nice one, yeah.
So there's nothing to do. White can make no progress, and he had to play this check.
G3. Well, this is looking very drawish now.
Yes.
I'm not even sure that he needed rook here, but he did it. Rook h3. Rook a3, pardon me.
In some tough endgames, guys.
I don't understand. Isn't king g6 a draw? Isn't king g6 an auto? I mean, it play maybe h3 and if you take, I play king g6. Isn't that an auto draw?
Well, he's played rook check, king h1. Okay, I'm having a hard time.
He's going in the wrong direction.
Mystery moves. King g1.
King g1 and king h4.
We don't buy it.
No, I certainly don't buy it either. I would probably play rook check just because I'm confused by my opponent and play back, do it the old Soviet school of chess, make a repetition, show your opponent who's boss.
Oh, look at this.
Check
now he's
here,
going down upon Sam.
Rook, and a draw.
There it is, a repetition. Nice defense there by Alexandrian. That's why you study your endgames, guys.
He's down a piece. He was down a knight. Sam is disgusted right now. There's no question.
Right.
Sam is, he is.
It's not easy being a rook and knight versus rook. That's the second time we've seen a draw at that ending of rook and knight versus rook.
That Lenderman saved.
It was the same one, Awander Leon, right?
Against Awander Leon.
That's what I mean, yeah.
He saved it twice. He must be smiling, saying, I know the drawing.
What's the secret?
Let's take a look at the end of that majestic game by Jeffrey Zhang against Ray Robson to grab the joint tie for first with Wesley So.
Exactly. This B chess is such a nice animation. Check.
This is just a straight beat down. It doesn't take any animation to see 3 extra pawns trade down and make it easy after this move. King G1 saying you have no more checks.
One thing I noticed about Jeffrey from the beginning of this tournament was his technique. And even in the interview, he said, my technique has been good. And that sounds easy enough, just good, not some huge superlative. But when you play one good move after another in rapid chess, well, that is superlative. It's all about the string of them, never making any big mistake, always just kind of keeping your edge and driving it home. And that's what Jeffrey's doing here.
So hard to keep control. So hard to keep control.
And a big reminder, as we close out the U.S. Championship tomorrow, we will have our combined closing ceremonies. That's going to be tomorrow at October 29th at 5 o'clock Central Time, immediately after the U.S. Championship, pretty much, depending on whether or not we have a playoff. And you can watch online on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube or Twitch channels. And it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a combined ceremony for all 5 championships as we celebrate our October winners. And before that, though, we have to crown a U.S. champion. So we are going to be back in just a few minutes for round 9 of the U.S. Chess Championship. There's only 3 to go as Jeffrey Chong and Wesley So hunt down that crown. We'll move you right back. Everybody's been talking about Sam's intensity, so much energy he's burning here. And in this position, it is his move. What are those eyes looking at, Maurice?
Much respect to Awanda Liang for the maneuver that he just played in this game. And I think that Sam, staring at this board, is wondering what the heck is really going on as the youngster is putting it to him. This position is all about this light square bishop. That's what Sam's thinking. How do I take advantage of that? He dropped his bishop back to e2, and Awanda said, I have no problem with you there. Develop your piece, and I'm going to put my knight on e6, and it's going to be my dark square bishop that has something to say in a second, because your pawn on g5 could get nibbled. Bishop e7 could be coming quite shortly, and you still, even though you've got this file, you haven't solved the problem of full coordination. And how do you build this position? This pawn controlling central squares. It's not so easy to put anything onto great squares for white in this position. And Awanda does have some intent. You play the bishop here, think about trading off something on this square, and don't let a pawn storm start to come down the board. Then you're going to be wondering about your king if you're not making me think. So right now, the engine's giving a little bit of an edge to white still. But I'll tell you, if you're Sam, you would have prepared this line, you would have thought, this is really good for me, according to the engine. But looking at it now, you might go, why is it so that good for me?
Right.
And I think he is being challenged very much so by a youngster who has played wonderful chess in this tournament, winning his last game, first time in this event, drawing 3 of the top 10 players on the planet. His future is bright indeed, and he's putting a challenge right now to Sam Shanklin, who says, I need to win, or I should be going for a win. Maybe you don't need to win, but this is a great opportunity to do so. Not so easy in these championships.
It's a really wonderful pivot. We saw the knight go to c5, to b3 to c5, back to d3 to b4, provoke this move. Now, guess what?
Found the best move.
On bishop e5, because you're not threatening takes on b4. Just hammering on those light squares.
Beautiful. Again, the light square attack, the light square bishop, the light square attack, the light square initiative. He's playing instructive chess right now. Is this his best game of the tournament? Which game would be better than this one in terms of dominance, clarity, just taking an opponent down?
This is for sure. In terms of one-sidedness and complete control, I like this game. The game with Onishuk, he outplayed him really from start to finish and won a nice ending.
Yeah, but he should have missed that big miss, that sack on F4. That
mars his
for sure.
achievement there. So,
and other than that, what other game? I can't think of another game that just...
He was grinding them out and winning. Yeah, but this is...
And look at
gorgeous.
This guy.
Yeah.
He looks like a mad scientist almost. Those eyes are just like, ooh, I'm going to experiment on you right now.
Yeah.
And it's not going to end good. I'll take the left arm, I take the right arm, and you'll be running around, and then I'll just chop the legs off. I mean, he just looks like pure focus, concentration, intensity, and he knows it's right now the moment. And only after this is over will he just relax. But
I don't know if he's going to relax then, Maurice.
I don't know, maybe not. But I think he's going to be all smiles, cheesy. He's going to be bouncing. But during the game, it's a different thing. Remember how Nazi was during her win when she won? How intense she was at the board until she finally won, and then the emotions, the embrace of her husband had us all just wet-eyed watching that joy. And the same thing with Sabina when she won as well. When it's unexpected, when you didn't realize that this could happen, you hoped it would, but then suddenly it happens in the most magnificent way. But
Wildest
still,
dreams.
He's got a game to finish. And
he's adjusting his opponent's pieces as he knows he's completely dominating here. Bishop bb5 played and looks like a Wander. What did he do? Wander
King
played
b7.
King b7, and then he's Moved his knight back to d3.
Yeah, he pivoted back with his knight.
Eyeballing the pawn and the resignation.
We
Look at
have
Sam.
it! Sam Shanklin, he pointed at himself. He's so ecstatic. Look at that smile. He is on top of the world, ecstatic Sam Shanklin. I've never seen Sam smile like this before.
U.S. Olympic team member. It's been a fairy tale for him.
This is pure joy. Look, as we see people congratulating him.
The St. Louis Chess Club, World Chess Hall of Fame, and legendary World Chess Champion Garry Kasparov invite you to attend Strategy Across the Board, the virtual 4th annual gala, a fundraiser to advance St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational value of chess. Strategy Across the Board will be held online Tuesday, December 1st from 6:30 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Come celebrate with us. Reserve your virtual ticket now.
So because of the pandemic, we were forced to work a little bit differently for our chess productions, and it's been really interesting and quite a learning experience as we got lights, a background, sound equipment, all mailed to us, and we had to figure out how to set it up properly.
You know, cheating is a really big and important issue in chess, particularly online chess. So the arbiters really have a lot of work on their hands. Of course, there are cameras that can be in the room, so they put not only do they monitor the computer screen that the player is using, but even have a camera behind them to make sure that nothing nefarious is going on.
It's remarkable that everybody is remote in all areas of the world. I'm in Hilversum, Holland, a kind of a suburb of Amsterdam. Jen, I know you're in Philadelphia. Maurice, I know you're in Brooklyn, New York. And the players are all over. It's all rather seamless. We all transit our signals through St. Louis, the truck there, and all the magic happens.
But whether you're in person or whether you're actually working online remotely, to be able to connect, the power of voice.
You know, it just makes you realize how grateful we should be when we get to meet each other in person and everybody is healthy and safe. Hello, everybody, and we've got one more round today as Wesley So and Jeffrey Zhang sit at the top of that table with 7 points. A disappointed Ray Robson, really tough because such a good chance for the crown this year, guys, for him was such a great start, and with no Fabiano Caruana in the field. So definitely sympathy, but you know what? He's the one guy outside those top two. The tournament's not over yet. He could still go on a run in his last 3 games, so we gotta keep an eye on Ray.
Absolutely.
But most of the chances it's gonna be Wesley or Jeffrey.
Speaking of Wesley and Jeffrey, Jen, setting our round 9 pairings, what do you think our marquee matchup might be?
Well, that's the one, guys, is Wesley playing white against Jeffrey. Ray against Hikaru, also going to be a very entertaining game, no doubt.
Absolutely.
And
those are the 2 big games.
Yeah, those are the 2 big games, and of course we love to watch the other battles as well, as they've got great chess. But in terms of crowning a U.S. champion, we're looking at those 2. Now, by the way, one thing that I didn't mention when Jeffrey won that nice game against Hikaru was that it harkened back to that game where Hikaru won with the bomb cloud against Jeffrey. Now, granted, that was a blitz tournament. But a lot of people were saying that must have really hurt for Jeffrey. So a little bit of payback. You know why I didn't see it that way? Because I didn't see it as that embarrassing for Jeffrey. I mean, I think anytime you can lose a blitz game when, you know, you're winning, it happens to everyone, even the best players in the world. But the fans, I think, were just like, wow, poor Jeffrey. And hey, today in the US Championship, he's the one who is chasing Wesley So for the title.
Yeah, I personally felt it was disrespectful, but hey, I have to admit that Hikaru has a really wonderful stream, and let's face it, he was playing for his stream is basically what he was doing there. But still, yeah, I think Jeffrey felt that his victory over Hikaru earlier was that extra little special.
And by the way, I will say he's not chasing Wesley for the title. They are neck and neck for the title.
Exactly.
True.
Yes,
they are now tied up in a big time game. And whatever happens here could just dictate everything. We should point out, if Ray loses, and actually I would say if Ray loses this game, it's over. It's over. Because one of these players will go to at least 7.5, and he will sit back at 6. Right. And we can just say miracles can happen for sure, but in practical terms, it's over. So right now it's a huge game for Ray against Nakamura. As these two, they may end up in let's say, drawing the game as well and go to 7.5. Ray cannot lose, or else we'll have these two we're saying are going to be the ones who might win. I should also point out a quick stat, as we see here, a rouser, switch that, make that up, a Sveshnikov on the board, as we see V-chess showing the position there. Quick Sveshnikov, Jeffrey going right into this line that used to be played incredibly so in the 90s. Yes, you remember back in the day, everybody was playing this thing, Kramnik, Lako, and everybody else going into these sharp, super sharp lines. So they're testing it now. But I just wanted to give this one stat that Ed Gonzalez told me. He said, we got to go all the way back to the 40s when Sam Reshevsky and Isaac Kashdan started that championship. I think it was 43. I have to do a quick check. Started that championship 7.5 out of 8.
Whoa.
Wow, that's a big score.
8 to start. They ended up tying in the end at 12.5 out of 15, and Reshevsky won the playoffs. So this is not a record that we're seeing right now. 7 out of 8, excuse me, as 7.5 out of 8 was actually done by 2 players before.
Well, something we've said a lot in 2020, this is not normal.
This is not normal.
No, it's
you
not.
have to go back quite a number of decades. As Wesley and Jeffrey are playing an incredibly topical line of the Sveshnikov. I remember former world champion Ruslan. What is Ruslan's last name?
Kazimzhanov.
No, not Ruslan. Panamaria. He did a really wonderfully well annotated game in Nguyen chess in this variation, and explained the nuances, and it was just like, wow, it was so nice to read the perspective of a world champion. And G2 G4, now we're in the Wesley So kitchen of opening cooking here as G2 G4. What a time to produce this big time move.
I feel like I've seen this move before, and I feel like it was from
Wouldn't
Wesley.
be a surprise.
Has been played before.
I feel like Wesley was the one who played it when I saw it.
But we'll find out more details.
Maybe even in a U.S. championship, or maybe it was a Grand Chess Tour.
Played 30 times, says Varuj Nakobian.
Yeah, I thought. And Wesley has been on the white side of this before, hasn't he?
And is Bishop F4 the main response, by the way, to G4 Jen? You said 30 times.
I think that Varuj was referring to that position. No Wesley games in this, though.
Okay.
Really?
So Bishop F4,
no Wesley games in
G4
G4
on the board.
And then, this seems they're still following theory after Queen to F3, and now Black
when you look at the
plays
clock,
Bishop E6 or A5.
Bishop E6 and or A5. Wow.
And what's the idea with just that if you take on F4, too many lines are open?
I'm assuming. I'm
it's
assuming
A5,
that.
knight F4.
Oh, I went bishop E6. What would you prefer? A5
Oh, okay,
or
no,
bishop
either
E6?
one. Let's try A5. Go ahead. Or bishop E6, fine too. But in either case, basically, you're saying you have lots of compensation here, right? I was just thinking A5 super direct because if knight F4, pawn F4, queen F4, we can just keep going with B4 and like just go after opening lines ASAP.
Typical Sveshnikov territory, guys.
Typical, yeah.
Typical
Absolutely.
Sveshnikov. They sack pawns for no reason in the Sveshnikov. And when you look at it, you go, wow, look at that. All their pieces are in perfect squares. The attack is flying. You're busy pushing pawns to win a pawn, and it's no big deal. But I will say,
just castle queenside.
The most important thing about this position is that it's Wesley who has blitzed out all his moves. And Jeffrey, who we saw do the same in the last round, now staring at the board, slightly concerned at this last move as he's not doing what he did to Ray. It's being done to him.
Well, almost 25 minutes by Wesley, 23 minutes by Jeffrey to get to move 16. These guys have been playing at a pace. Bishop E6 and A5, the two main moves. And I guess for Jeffrey, he's very familiar with this position. He just hadn't decided maybe before this game which line to play, Bishop E6 or A5.
Well, I think it's far from like a main line, right? Because 30 sounds like not a lot when you're talking about the Sveshnikov, which is such a popular opening. So it could be something you looked at once, and was like, oh, black's good here, but didn't really remember all the lines. Now, which one attracts you more, Yaz? If we play Bishop E6, what exactly is the counterplay idea there? Because I got it with A5, I was trying to play B4, but you were trying to show me Bishop E6 as well, and now...
I wasn't sure if I'm supposed to play Bishop E6 with the idea that if you take my bishop, I'm not just going to give you the pawn right away, but I was going to try the move Queen F6.
And now how's the endgame after G5?
Right, so something like this. So I'll park my knight here and think it's okay. I mean, I agree, I have a backward pawn on the D file, but frankly, I am not a Sicilian expert.
And Sveshnikov players are not defending the pawn. They don't care. Don't care. A5, you go for it. And he's got
okay. A5. That was Jen's original play as well. Like
even with Bishop E6, I think you're giving up the pawn and again pushing your A pawn and going for the play. So Bishop E6, Knight F4 takes, Queen takes, and go. Just hop on your train and make this B pawn into the most significant thing on the board. Is this play? You better have a concrete way of dealing with it. One thing you'd love to do is take on B4 with the C pawn and then play the move A4 and shut down the activity on that side, especially since there's no easy way for the knight to get in. The problem is this move B3 at the moment, and there's nothing that's closed down. So this is
that's shutting down anything.
Exactly. That's the typical thing you do in this position in order to shut down the play. But the problem is the speed of it. That's why you don't waste any tempo defending the F pawn. Like, you want my F pawn, congratulations, snack on it, because I've got play on the queen side that's coming right at you. So that's why I say ignore and go.
Okay, so let's say I just try to play with the extra pawn for a moment. I play AB, AB4, so then my rook is at least alive. I try to do that in other games where I play AB and develop my rook. I play Bishop E2, so I don't know, I'm protecting my pawn I'm developing. I'm assuming you want to take. I'm not 100% sure.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing else concrete. Bring the rook in.
Bring the rook in. I'm assuming you mean rook B2. So let me chase that rook backwards, or if you want to defend it, I don't know.
No, I'm not really interested just yet, but I'm wondering what you do about, you can castle after Queen E7. Oh no, but two pawns will be hanging. So Queen E7. Oh no, Queen E7 loses. Sorry, you can take my rook. You can take my rook because you have King D2. You have king d2 at the end of this. So let me be careful.
And maybe rook h3 or king d2. This is what you
I saw a
said.
check. My apologies. I saw a check. I'm ghosting. Let's back up. Rook b3 here.
Rook b3 here. Okay, so let's get rid of your active pieces.
And I just feel like you're defending, and I'm not. Oh yeah, take on a3.
Yeah. So all of this for one pawn.
Well, we're just going to keep going. Queen e7. Want to play knight e5 on the next move. I'm just going to make sure you don't, like, you're not castling because your h pawn's hanging. So every move I make, I'm hoping keeps creating threats. You're complaining, not giving me chance yet to do what I want. Somehow I didn't get everything though. You still can't castle yet. But
by the way, is this a novelty, Jen? What Jeffrey played? Jeffrey did not play a5. He did not play bishop e6. Bishop b7 was his choice. Wow.
Well, yeah, VAR agrees that the two moves mentioned were the big ones in the database.
Bishop e6 and
yeah. So let's check out what the difference is. If knight f4, pawn f4, queen f4. I guess
you guys are always. I'm sorry, you guys are always giving up the pawn like
you can
like it's standard. But
you can also play queen f6, and now maybe queen f6 is more happy because the bishop on b7 is really well placed than it was in some of the other lines.
Okay.
I'm talking about your move, Yaz. You don't want to give up the pawn. You want to play queen f6.
Well, no. You guys are giving up the pawn like it's standard. So I just want to see how it goes if you do give up the pawn, Jen.
Okay, and then
suppose you do.
rook e8 or knight e5. What do you guys?
Yeah, right. Rook e8 or knight e5. Let's say castles.
Oh.
Okay, so in my world, I want to play h5 and h6. In your world, you want to,
a5.
I don't know, a5, b4.
Queen
I got a
b6.
knight on c2. Makes it a little bit hard for you to get in b4, doesn't it?
When none of that took place, as after bishop b7, it looks like we have another
very
move.
Quickly.
Just
g5, very quickly. Like for Wesley, this move, bishop b7, was not a surprise. Maybe is that like the computer recommended move?
I'll turn it on. So bishop b7, bishop g2 was suggested. And
bishop b7, bishop g. Now that I don't think I would have played.
Yeah, that's
bishop
right.
g2.
Bishop g2 is a
Is that just the castle king side?
But a5,
bishop
a5
g7,
was
g5.
the recommended move before bishop b7.
Yeah,
So-
that was theory. That had actually
Yeah,
been
that was
played in
theory.
games
So
before.
bishop
Yeah.
here, g5, and the
Rook
engine now says
e8.
knight a5 is better for black.
He played rook e8 already, did Jeffrey?
He played rook e8 immediately. Knight a5
Immediately.
was slightly better for black.
According to the engine.
Yep.
But now that
Precipitating, that's a nice move, by the way. Precipitating chaos because now you can't play for knight f4 and queen f4 because of bishop e4 at the end of it.
Let me just put that on the board so our viewers can follow. So knight a5, the engine recommended move, opening up an attack against the knight. And if white decides to now clip a pawn, bishop takes e4 is really annoying because queen takes e4, rook e8. But he has played rook e8 as a kind of a preliminary move to knight a5.
Well, what did Wesley have for bishop b7? I mean, for knight a5.
I don't know.
It's hard to believe he's in his prep here.
Maybe after g5, knight a5, he intended to defend his knight. Maybe with his rook. I'm at a loss. It's not my position.
Strange. At any rate, they are now in a position that's probably not known to theory.
Rook e8.
And rook e8 has been played, and Jeffrey pausing. So a couple of strange moves by the players. we're probably out of book. I'll leave that up to VAR to let us know.
Sure.
But this position is not going to be easy, because this is a very chaotic position with white's pawns already on G5 and H4. Black is fully developed, is ready to sacrifice material. And it's the kind of position where the Sveshnikov players are always happy to sack a pawn in order to get play. And here goes Wesley. He started by taking on F4, so EF4.
Knight takes, pawn takes. I assumed the king was going queenside. When you're playing G4, H4, G5, normally speaking, your king is not going to the king side. But the problem here, and he's done it, so yeah, okay, he's played it. I was about to say the problem here is this pawn on E4 might come under fire after knight A5. Not that easy to defend the pawn. You can't play the desirable rook D4 that walks into knight B3 check. Like, let me just
you will not believe the next move. Now you got me looking at this. B4 for black.
A castles by white. B4 for black. Oh my goodness. Okay, I have to take that. I mean, I can't let that guy just live.
Knight takes B4.
Wow. Okay, that's a visual. Okay, okay. What can I say? I got to go for it. Bishop takes. Now the rook is hanging, right?
So queen H3, so that we don't lose the whole thingy.
Whole thingy. I guess queen A5, and just ask you what you're going to do about your king.
You also got to check rook B4 and queen C7 check.
Rook B4 is the best move. Keep it going.
And queen C7 check.
You're escaping on C3.
No. Oh, I have to go queen C3.
Well, queen C3, though, the H1 rook now hangs for nothing, right?
Well, I probably love this body count, Jen. Yeah. Any ending will be favorable for white.
Right.
No, better was queen.
So maybe we don't take it. We play like queen B7.
Better was queen C8 check, offering a trade of queens this way.
Queen C8 check?
Oh, that's surprising. That's
wow.
Don't forget, black is up a pawn right now.
Hey guys, so what was wrong with queen B7, queen C3, queen B7, threatening bishop H1 and rook C8?
Queen C7, queen C3, queen B7, threatening the rook on H1 and the rook on C8. I think I'm going to be happy more or less to get a position like this where I can, you know, I've got two rooks. I'm in there.
But this is
what a wild,
crazy chess.
Yeah.
No, bishop H3 refuted that line, by the way. Bishop H3 after queen D7 was bad. So
the castles, I mean, if we see B4, to quote our world champion Magnus Carlsen, that would be alien chess.
Knight A5 looks like a more normal move.
Knight A5 looks far more.
A lot of people would play with the idea that you're.
I would.
Yeah, you're threatening E4, Knight B3 check, Knight C4 coming in certain variations.
Exactly.
This looks like a nice all-purpose move, right?
Right. I mean, my natural inclination would have been to just put as much pressure against the E4 pawn as I could, and so, you know, directing the knight to C5, the bishop on B7. But that, I have to confess, that move B4, man, if that works, that's just like, and by the way, Maurice, if we had played C3 takes B4, is it, it's still the same business, I guess, knight B4 and bishop E4. Makes sense. Wow, what a concept.
It's insane. And I don't know if Jeffrey is studying it. You see his face just scrunched up, and it's like he's very carefully analyzing, because that's an explosive move. And I think Wesley's aware of it. I think Wesley's aware of this possibility, because white is now in the position where he's trying to stabilize, and he'll say, if I set everything right in my position, I'll get my attack going and you won't go anywhere unless you get some kind of play on the queen side. So B4 is a thought, but man, to calculate all that, you know, he could find it with the idea that he's taking on e4 and hitting the rook on h1, right? That may be you say, I get material. Is it worth it? You know, when you're attacking and you know that it's a draw, right? My line goes like this and I have prepet. Okay, at least I have prepet so I can go into this line because in the end I can bail out. In this position, he could say, you know, that rook is always hanging. So let me see if there's more munchies in there. And if he starts to find some of these crazy lines with the rook sack on b4, first of all, I would be amazed. I would say, Jeffrey, welcome to the 2770 land, because he is taking steps towards becoming top 10 in the world. And you see there, he's trying to figure it out. And you can tell he feels like it's right now is the moment. If he plays b4, guys, we're in for a ride.
Yeah, we are. I don't know. I mean, okay, so we've looked at knight a5, b4. Like, what else would be in your candidate list here? I mean, of course, I would look at the 4c move, knight e5, but the problem is after queen f4, it actually blocks my attack on the e pawn. So that's definitely suboptimal. Would I even look, what else is there? Like, what are your other candidate moves? Maybe moving the queen somewhere so that...
I would be looking at, if you were just looking at candidate moves, knight a5, obviously my number one move. Another candidate move would be the move d5 that I would be thinking about. If you play rook takes d5, I nothing really special. I just like the idea of defending this pawn and maybe luring your rook to a square where it's quite vulnerable. The knight and the bishop will combine. You know, it's strange. He
played it.
I wouldn't. Wow.
He played b4.
Amazing.
Wow.
JX.
Wow.
And now,
okay.
Okay. All right. So this move, let's concert ourselves. So if we don't play a takes b4, other moves look bad because then you just have the same variation, but without sacking a whole piece. So obviously I can't take with the knight because then you just do the same thing and have an extra piece. And the c pawn looks even really bad.
Even worse, because that you can just see your king is really exposed. So a takes b looks box, as we would say, forced. Knight takes b4. Now here I might chill. First of all, I just have to get, you know, like, whoa, my world just got rocked by the move b4. Here, I would just have to say, okay, do, you know, I'm gonna take the knight, but do I have a bailout variation? Could I play a move like, for example, rook d4 and somehow scramble to equalize or what have you? So I just want to make sure that, you know, I'm not just going to go sailing down that river where I don't have a paddle. So knight takes b4. I mean, I'm going to take the knight. Sure, I get that. But is there a refutation to rook d4? Other than you're just not sacking anything and you've exposed my king. So you're a happy camper?
Wasn't that enough?
Yeah, probably enough.
Look at this attack. You just get a free open file and threats everywhere.
Exactly.
I'm
not feeling this for white.
You can't even play rook b4 here. That position you just played. You can't even play rook b4 because of queen b4.
I like the stuff that we were looking at earlier because at the end of the day, you traded queens and I wasn't getting checkmated as white.
Exactly. That's good. That's a good thing, right? So knight takes b4.
Down a move like b4 and you don't see it, and then somehow, and I'm not saying Wesley didn't see it, but I don't know. I don't.
That's a bomb. Yeah.
Studied this before. There's a really good chance he hasn't, because it's always, even at the very highest level, it's easier to see ideas for yourself than it is to see ideas for your opponent. That's just a human principle, whether you're 2,700 or 1,600 or just started the game. It's just a thing.
Right.
So, and we weren't even sure if Jeffrey would see it because there's so many logical attacking moves here, and that this one is kind of funny. But the reason he finds it is because of loose pieces. This principle of the rook on h1 that's hanging, and how you can bind that against attacks on the king on c1.
Yeah, I love that bishop on e4 that's covering these two incredibly important squares in front of white's king. So bishop takes, I'm looking at AB, knight b4, bishop e4. That's our key move. Now, we played queen here last time, and you dropped this move on me, on us, Maurice. Rook takes c3, but I must confess, rook takes b4. I must confess that I actually was frightened over the move queen a5. I saw a potential of queen a1, and that was frightening. But is rook b4 the best engine move?
I will turn it on and check. B4, queen h3. Rook b4 is the #1 move, yes. Okay. Queen h3 runs into bishop d3. It's a full-scale refutation. Which is
what?
Incredible to
believe. Was that bishop e4, queen h3, rook b4? Yeah, how did it?
No, queen a4, bishop, queen a5. You played queen a5, not rook b4. You said is rook b4 the best move? You said queen a5.
Yeah.
And bishop d3 refutes it.
Bishop d3 just.
And we have liftoff. A takes b4, knight takes b4. Bishop d3 is a refutation because the king can hide on c2, and that's that. So knight takes on b4, instantly banged down by the youngster, and you've got to look for moves. By the way, I saw another move in your line, Yaz. The line was rook d4, knight c2, king c2 in your variation, and then queen b6 with an additional threat of queen takes b2 right now.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I definitely don't
e4,
like
discovery check. So knight takes b4 on the board. Wesley's going right into the line.
Bishop
we have
e4
bishop
played.
takes e4.
It's all a
Queen
remarkably.
f4 played. So not your queen
Wow.
h3 to protecting the rook on h1 and looking at the c8 square, but instead queen f4. Okay, so what happens now on rook b4? What's his idea here?
No, but your rook is hanging, right? Your rook is also just
Well, I just
hanging.
want to say, if you take the rook, then f3, and the bishop's a little bit trapped, and but here I'm much more worried about my king than my rook. So rook b4 is the scary move, right?
Yeah, rook b4 looks scary because if you play c b4, now I like check you, and
we are being told
walking
this is a
plank.
blunder. We're being told this is a blunder, and now queen a5 is crushing for black. Queen a5 is a huge move that will put him in deep trouble because now bishop d3 doesn't work the way it did before because you simply take on h1, and now after rook takes h1, queen check on a1, bishop b1, rook e2 is the spicy move. And this is a monster shot. Wesley So in deep trouble. If the youngster can dig and look at his eyes, look at Jeffrey's eyes staring down the board right now. He knows he can take the rook. He knows he can sack. But if he finds queen a5, Wesley is in deep trouble.
I think it's funny. In one moment, the move queen a5 can be refuted by bishop d3. Just half applied later, queen a5 turns out to be a huge bomb. And it's like, whoa. And the difference is, as you said, there's a rook e2 landing on the board. Let's go through this again. What is the refutation again for rook b4? Because that was the first move I saw, and I was petrified by it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Queen a5 looks like a great move to look at, but the first thing you're looking at is rook
take the
b4,
knight. Yeah.
and pawn b4 looks like lost, right? Queen c7 check.
And it
king
just lights
d2,
out.
Queen c2
Bishop
check,
d3,
king
bishop
e3.
d3.
And then in that line, white is just mated, right?
Right.
If you want to just at least show what happens if pawn takes b4, I don't think do we show that yet? That queen c7, king d2, queen c2 mate, king e3. Oh, sorry, not mate. King e3, and then just retreat the bishop somewhere, and you're out of squares.
You're getting mated.
And he has played rook takes b4. But Maurice, you mentioned a move.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3 is his only defense right now, and it does equalize. Wesley will dodge a bullet, but I will say I overstated the case. Queen a5 was actually playable with bishop d3, and bishop d3 on the board as Wesley is getting out of here. He said, I want my teeth in my mouth, so I'm just going to go for it. But queen a5, bishop d3.
Yeah.
Takes on h1. And here, don't take this bishop. Just play f3 and close your eyes and hope everything's okay.
Makes sense.
This would, bishop g2 would be the next move. And white can now try to play this position.
Right.
Even though he's not an exchange, a full exchange, mind you, he does have some nibbles against that bishop on g2. He could also play h5 and maybe even argue your attack died for you because you stole material, and maybe I have some chances. The engine gives black the clear edge up 1 as much as 100 centipawns, but this is a different position. All right, I'm going to turn the engine off, and we can go to this position where bishop d3 shut down the attack as well. And it looks like Jeffrey will come out of this one okay with just moving his rook after bishop to d3, but also Wesley survived that storm.
So the
Tried to
question
hit
is,
him.
what do we do here? Do we play bishop takes h1 and then queen takes b4 and then we move the bishop to f3? That's a forcing line, right? Just bishop h1, queen b4, bishop f3, and who's better there?
Bishop f1, bishop h1, queen b4, bishop f3.
Yeah, I mean, this looks dangerous. I mean, where are you going to put your rook? You want to put it some passive square?
I guess didn't really have a choice. If I go to d2, I was afraid of rook e1 check. And so I was thinking cover the first rank and maybe try to slide my king over into the corner.
And I get it. There's not a lot of material left on the board. So like if I had like more major, another pair of major pieces to play like rook b8 or have a fun party on the king side.
There's no easy entry point, is there?
Yeah. Like if I play queen c7 with the idea of rook b8, well, that seems
it's
like
slow. It's slow.
Black slow though, yeah.
White's stabilizing this position. Even a6 might hang in some position.
Yeah.
And the d6 pawn's a bit weak. So this looks like it's very survivable. Wesley put on his near 2800 hat and said, let's shut down this youngster's aspirations. What a sequence of moves, however, by Jeffrey. I mean, that was crazy.
That was really crazy.
High quality game so far, guys.
Yeah.
Like,
for a rapid game, amazing. It's like his, what is that? Like the cape of, invulnerability, bulletproof cape he put on with that move, bishop d3. Nice. Okay, so we've got a real big game and we're going to stay with it. Trust me. I just wanted to take a peek at that other major game that was going on between Ray Robson and Hikaru Nakamura. And this looks like, I mean, if we weren't watching the fight for first place, I bet you dollars to donuts we would have our eyes peeled on this game.
This one looks fun too.
Like crazy as well. Yes.
And my first impression is like, well, I guess I should know whose move it is, but it looks scary for Nakamura because rook e7 is a big threat. I assume it's his move and he can play like knight e5 or something.
It's true. It is his move. His clock is the one ticking. But knight e5 is going to walk into maybe rook f6.
Maybe queen d8 preparing knight e5 or something.
Okay, and gift me the pawn. Yeah, and
okay.
I'm waiting for knight e5 so I can.
He did play knight e5, by the way, so he must have some tactical idea, or maybe just moving the queen to the defense on g7.
I think he's trading rooks and taking on c4, no?
Trading rooks and perhaps taking on c4. Pause, because my spidey sense is tingling here. Just a second.
Oh, is mine.
What's going on here?
Rook f1?
I guess you just...
Queen g7? Or
you just ask the question, what's your threat?
Oh, that's brave. Because
I know.
f7 square.
By the way, isn't that the way this tournament is going? I mean, like, nobody's backing down and playing defensive moves. It's like they forgot how to play defense. It's all about attack.
He played queen f8. He played queen f8. Queen e7, sorry. Queen e7, pinning the rook, a la Sam Shanklin from the game against against who was it? The youngster. It was a Wander Liang. Sam
Yes.
Shankly, remember he pinned this rook.
I do
King
remember.
G7. But this
Exactly.
time, another pin, but easy to answer now with rook takes F8. And the argument is you have two pawns, and a rook
1, 2, 3,
for
4,
a
5,
bishop and a
6.
knight. But that knight on E5 is as secure as an ox can be.
Yeah, that
And
is
look at
a
the
very
times.
good night.
4 times as much time we have for Nakamura as for Ray. And by the way, that mirrors the situation between our absolute money game between Wesley So and Jeffrey Zhang, as Jeffrey has less than 4 minutes as he's trying to decide what to do after Wesley's stellar defensive move, bishop to D3. And I got to
so
tell you, I was
nothing
praising
changed.
Jeffrey for being such a wonderful practical player, but I mean, there's no better practical player than Wesley So, right? I mean, this guy plays fast and great psychological game.
This is bad news for Jeffrey. Really bad news. He's looking for moves here, and he's not finding any body blows, but he's going to go under 3 minutes to Wesley's 15 plus. That's really bad news.
He's got to take the rook on H1, or he's got to move his rook on B4, right? Because
rook A4 though is the only move because you're
right. So
bishop
rook
is
A4
hanging.
and bishop H1. This is the crossroads, and you can kind of understand why Jeffrey is thinking here, because there's going to be a lot of trade. Well, not a lot of trades, but significant trades considering how few pieces are left on the board. And so it's a critical moment, but there might be future critical moments, and he's not going to have time to think about it.
He's under 3 minutes now, and the time is ticking down very quickly. He threw out all those blows at his illustrious opponent, and he has accepted them as Wesley. And I'm sorry, I'm seeing a blunder in the future for Jeffrey. I'm seeing a really bad blunder coming up soon, because you cannot be down on the time.
I mean, Jeffrey's going to be the one who's going to be attacking, and Wesley's going to be the one defending if he shoots in a lot of variations.
And he's taken on H1 after a long thing. Got under 2.5 minutes. And I'm just looking at a variation. Queen takes B4. And last time I was a little bit reluctant after bishop F3 to give up the first rank. This time I want to just imagine giving up the first rank, because in this particular case, I do keep an active rook. There is a weakness on D6. There's a weakness on A6. And with my rook on D2, I'm eyeballing this pawn, and maybe I'm a happy camper.
I like white.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit more harmony in white's position. If I have to do it, I can go B3, king B2, bishop C2. And frankly, the rook isn't bothering me unless a queen lands on A1.
The queen is dominated, though. The queen is dominated. You can't get in the game. And the back, you're gonna have back rank issues yourself. You can't leave on the back rank. You have to play G6 in order to make Luft, but that weakens the F6 square. I like white.
Exactly.
What's not to like about white's position here? White has all the flexibility in the world with no weaknesses, no attack. This is why Jeffrey looked at this for so long. And queen takes B4 on the board. We expect bishop F3. Rook D2 instantly played by Wesley. And
again, keeping the pressure.
White with the advantage here. Pawns are, at least the A6 pawn is hanging. This is good for white.
Yeah, this looks like
bad news.
Better structure. And D5. I like this move because I'm thinking that, funnily enough, this bishop actually is like, like floating in air. And the move D5 does secure the E4 square. But having said that, am I right?
What's up with the
What
A
is
pawn?
this? No, what is up with this? I mean, the bishop's trapped, right?
Bishop E4?
I'm taking it, Maurice.
Oh, there's bishop B4, rook E4, queen E4, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch.
All right. I'm missing moves.
Yeah,
right now.
What's
going on?
That lifted the cobwebs. Me too, right?
Just king C2, and then bishop, I guess we have to play bishop H5. That's our only move.
Then I don't want to check.
Then probably the check's not useful, right?
Unnecessary to check in this position. Why not just move the bishop back? And then ask you what you plan to do.
Yeah, it was funny. I mean, what can I say? The H5 square was kind of like hidden. I was thinking I was trying to just trap the bishop and force it to the E4 square. D5 on the board. Oops, excuse me. D5 on the board. Wesley to play. Maybe it's time just to go B3, king b2, put the queen on d4.
Could I get an answer to why bishop takes a6 is bad?
Of course. Bishop takes a6. Okay, so check, king, check. I've got bishop d3. That doesn't bother anybody. Where does the queen go where it can be potent? How does this queen get into the game?
It looks dominated. Queen a8 was my biggest fear, but with my queen on b4, I'm not worried.
Right.
He took it. He took the pawn, but the engine said that's not a good move. And h6 was not. I didn't expect that one to come out of nowhere. Wow.
He took the pawn on a6, asking the question you asked.
H6 is so that I don't understand h6. What is the point?
He just needs to get his queen into the game.
It looks like it's messed up his position.
Okay, so you're saying after gh6, you have queen f6 at some point.
For example, something like that. Because the problem that he's having is that anytime he's facing this back rank mate, he can't get his pieces out. So at some point, you've got to make look for your king. He figured now's the time. H6 on the board.
That's a remarkable point because queen is so important in attack. And you're right. I don't really have c8. I don't have a8 because you hit me with queen b7. I kind of have c7, but you've got that situation on lockdown with the pawn and the queen both defending c3.
Right.
So yeah, fascinating point. That h6 not only makes look, it allows the big gun in.
Okay, so
he took, but doesn't this allow
asking?
Whoa, he's just ramping up the volume. Is Jeffrey? He played rook to e4.
I thought queen f6 was his idea. At least I understood queen f6 to be the idea, so that you could play queen takes h6 or snag a bishop. Rook e4 instantly played.
He wants to take h4 with a queen. So I mean, yeah, I would think you'd like this a little more.
This guy's wild.
It's crazy. Wow, that came out of nowhere. Okay, if I'm white, I'm playing h7 check.
Because I can't play king h7. You have bishop d3.
Precisely.
Sneaky. So I have to play king h8 first.
So then you have to go king to h8, right?
Yeah.
Right.
King f8, not even legal. But if it was, you'd have h8 queen.
Good point. And let me threaten to trade queens with the move queen b7, threatening to trade queens.
By the way, he didn't play that. He played queen c5. Similar idea though, as he's threatening queen c8 and also h7 idea still in the air. Maybe a trickier version of it.
Maybe a trickier version, because queen c8 check and queen f5 check could.
He took on h4 like this.
With the rook?
His pieces don't seem poor. I mean, why didn't he play rook e1 and queen rook e1, bishop e4, and queen h4 instead of? Was that a blunder? I'm trying to understand.
Well, he's thinking. I'm sure he was trying to make sure to stop h7. And we're hearing that was
a blunder. What? Could you go back a second? Could you go back a second, please? Rook e1, king up, rook e1. You played rook e4, queen c5. No, rook e4 happened.
Queen c5, rook e1.
Queen c5, rook e1, king c2, bishop e4 check.
Bishop d3 forced.
Bishop d3 and queen h4. Is this a blunder?
Blunder? No. Why would this be a blunder?
Or is it bad?
Should I
because it
take
seems
this pawn?
If I take on d3, you're taking with a rook. I'm taking on d3.
Taking with the rook. I've got f2 covered. By the way, guys, let's catch up with the game because it's actually
rook e2 check. Rook e2 check.
Catch up with the game because
and then queen e4. So
I
think that was a better way to play. But they've traded and gone down to a simplified endgame where Wesley will try to prove that his b pawn has real significance.
Well, this queen c8, that was the move I was angling for. Anytime I get the two connected pass pawn, it's just gone. It's just over, like nothing to discuss. That's just winning.
So we have
here the nice thing from White's point of view is he's got the tricky move c3, c4 in the pocket, so to speak, because of that nasty pin. So let me start with the move b4 here. And I think Wesley cruises to victory here because king b2 and c4 is what's on white's agenda. King c2, b5 and c4 also. Either any combination of those moves and white's b pawn is just the most important passer.
Yeah, and it's hard for us to make a pass pawn. You just keep pushing your b pawn forward as
he's played b4.
F8 on the board.
King f8. Okay, I think this was a really good move by Jeffrey, by the way. You've got to make it as difficult as possible for your opponent. The b pawn was too strong, and Jeffrey's looking at king e7, king d6 as a possible defense to try to hold on.
Wow, what a game so far, guys. No matter what happens in this game, you can't, feel that.
Our eyes are riveted, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go ahead. So if I go king b2 here, how would the game go? I'm assuming king e7, right? And c4, maybe you can squeeze in rook here.
Rook h4, yeah, you want to avoid that move. So maybe you need to.
Well, I'm still not 100% sure that your king is close enough to this guy. I mean, these guys are still way back there. So the b pawn is the important one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is probably a draw. I don't like this. Okay, so, well, b4 on the board, king f8. King b2 looks natural. King e7 looks natural.
Jeffrey did miss this queen h4 idea earlier.
He did. He should have
not have played rook to h4. He should have played rook e1 check.
Yeah.
And take
That's
on
a time
h4.
pressure thing. You spent so much time deciding between rook h1 and rook a4. You ran out of time to decide between queen h4 and rook h4. That's what it is. That's what it's all about, trying to have time to think during the critical moments.
That's
correct.
correct.
This is what world champion Magnus Carlsen said, that the rapid chess is the most difficult time control for him to master, because when he's playing blitz, he's in a rhythm, right? You're just in a rhythm. When you're playing classical chess, you also get into that classical chess rhythm. With rapid chess, you got to be able to juggle both. And from one to the next, you're suddenly in a blitz, as we see Jeffrey now with a minute and 40 seconds for the rest of the game with the increment bonus.
It's funny that you say it's the most challenging for him because he's got the biggest rating differential
of everybody in the world,
everybody
right?
in rapid. The most challenging for him, maybe he means that in like an absolute sense.
Yeah.
It's like difficult to tackle it, but he's still relatively even bigger margin of advantage in that format than any other.
Remarkable. I mean, Magnus is extraordinary.
I think I might be wrong
special.
about that. I think that used to be true, and now it might not be true. But in the past, he used to have like 100 points plus, I think, in rapid. I think more recently, Maxime maybe has, gotten crept a little closer to him.
Narrowed that, bridged it a bit.
Yeah.
And
Maxime
Wesley, by the way, Wesley, after this move, king f8, has stopped. He simply stopped, because here I think he's really giving rook d3 serious consideration, with the idea of trying to force bishop e4, rook to d4. Somehow he's trying to put the bishop where it's absolutely the most vulnerable. He played king b2, and an unexpected move by Jeffrey, rook f5, seeking to prevent the move c4 by protecting his bishop.
Switch over very quickly, by the way,
Yes.
just quickly while Wesley's thinking. So the game between Ray and Hikaru, and Ray is hunting Hikaru down, trying to prove that his rook is better than the bishop and the knight. Look at this position. A b6 pawn could drop, but is it going to be enough, as the minor pieces will try to concoct some attacking lines here? But he can take the b pawn and say, I've got an a pawn still, or the d pawn. Which one are you going to take? And he has taken on b6. So big result here for us in terms of the standings. If Ray can somehow pull this win off, he's only got 34 seconds left. 34.
Against
Hikaru, 724.
7. Ooh. But Ray for choice.
Ray for choice, certainly.
No question.
can't be too accurate now. He's got to play completely on instinct. So this game is critical for the standings without any question. As we see now, Wesley's king is on A4, racing up the board.
Wow.
All right, whoops, I went to the wrong.
But racing up the board, but you can't go to B5 or A5 because then D4 check spells catastrophe, right? Or I guess you had king A6.
Well,
yeah, you don't want that.
You don't want it.
Yeah.
Okay, but he did play B5. B5 is a prelude. As a prelude to king. A dream for Wesley is that somehow, if by magic, he could just like move his king like a knight, put his king on B6, then put his bishop on C6. Then he's really got a great position. The question is, can't Jeffrey get his king to C7 in the nick of time?
C4 is potentially a problem, but we should note, no matter what Jeffrey's thinking about, he's got to do it quickly. 47 seconds left. If it were 3 minutes each on the clock, I'd have more confidence. The engine is saying white is only slightly better. It would suggest that this game is okay for Jeffrey.
Right.
But Jeffrey,
time is ticking.
Has to do it quickly. It's only a 5-second increment. He began with rook to F4 check. That stops C4.
But there's a rook D4 suddenly here, and whose pawn is more dangerous?
Good point. Rook D4.
I don't know. If I trade and play king,
I'm playing B6
and play king, and then you play B. But you do have to worry about black's pawn. I mean,
I do.
I'm headed straight to B8. That's what I would do. I would head straight
you're not
to B8.
making it. You're not making it to B8. It's impossible. I'm playing B6. Your king can't.
Yeah.
And he didn't play rook D4. He played king B4. That was a big time moment.
But
I'm not saying he missed an opportunity.
I wasn't forced to trade rocks. Like I could have played bishop B4 if I wanted to. But But then we're just going back. So yeah.
Okay, now this is huge. Wesley threatening bishop takes D5 and B7.
Oh boy.
Maybe, or just simply bishop A6 and B7. Okay.
Rook C4, kind of a Vancouver setup to use the rook to check constantly.
And to just try to take the C pawn, I think, also, so that you never have that C4 stuff that was, so annoying.
That's right.
Okay,
wow.
so rook to D3.
He is defending monstrously.
One defended like a god, and now the next one is defending.
These juniors, man.
It's unbelievable. Rook D3, rook C5 check, Yaz, you're going back?
Yeah, I have to.
Aha. So if you play rook D3, rook C5 check, and you can't nestle up to A6 because of bishop E2.
Exactly. That's my problem. That was exactly my problem.
Rook C2 just looks so alarmingly passive.
Might allow some horribleness with king C5.
You're gonna mate the guy.
Rook A4 mate.
Rook D3 on the board.
Rook D3
rook C5 very quickly. Very quickly.
Check. And look at that. Wesley shaking his head. He's shaking his head as rook C5 played, and he realizes he cannot send his king up the board, which is the most desirable move. He had to bring his king backwards, and a check on C4 and saying, send your king all the way home. All the way. What a find by Jeffrey. This looks excellent as a sequence for the black player.
Oh, it's brilliant because now the rook guards you from ever playing that, C4 move that Yaz has been pounding the table for.
Yeah. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Ooh, Wesley's still playing for the win. He's played king B3. Could have played king A5, repeated the position.
Yeah. Okay. Because he still sees that pawn on B6. It's still an idea to play things like bishop D5 and B7.
What do you do against that? Bishop E4 is what I'm planning to do, attacking the rook. Bishop E4 attacks the rook.
But if bishop D5, isn't that a threat?
Bishop D5? Man, I thought I was taking a rook, but I guess I'm not.
And now bishop D5, rook D5.
7 seconds, and he's played rook
D4. 7 seconds.
Oh, because now bishop D5 is check. Bishop D5, rook D5, king D5, E7, and what happens?
You can't play king D5. You have to actually move your king over to C6.
Oh, there it is. You're right. So we can just play king C6 there.
That's insane.
But that's not the end of the story, guys. Just a second. Takes.
So we,
King C6, Rook B5.
and what's
But
the
King
story on
B7.
King B7?
King B7.
And you're losing
let's
F2.
go. Let's go.
Right. You look faster.
I take on F2. Oh,
You
no,
look
I take on
faster.
F2.
I'm threatening C6 check.
Okay, I play Rook F6.
Threatening check.
Wait, I could have also checked you all the way up the board, but I don't think I want to do that.
Look, no.
C4 by Wesley.
C4.
C4.
Oh,
at a
my
moment.
God.
Seconds left.
Defibrillator
King
time.
C5, and somehow the kid is finding all the moves because the engine is
my
saying
gosh.
correct.
And,
Well, how
does he do it?
Wesley can't believe that he found King C5. Brilliant move by
is
Because
awesome.
B6 is hanging now, and that's the
Jeffrey.
money pawn.
that is the money pawn.
Wow.
Wait, and so wait, what happens if bishop takes D5?
Take it.
I can't take the pawn right away because I lose a piece. So
Now
I have to take that first.
Kill that.
And you don't have time for B7 because my bishop took.
We got check.
Right. Check, and I take with the rook.
Check, take with the rook. We go home.
Draw.
Wow.
Agreed.
The
Look at this,
art of
Jack.
defense.
And he takes
Pawn
pawn.
takes. But that allows rook B4. No, we can't play check yet
5
because the bishop
seconds
is
left for
hanging.
Jeffrey. 3.
You gotta take the
Don't
pawn.
flag.
Take the
Don't flag.
pawn.
Oh gosh.
He's playing check. Isn't this bishop? His bishop's not hanging? What does he find? He's
why
gonna
is
take the
King
B6 pawn, and it is White's bishop's gonna hang on B7.
He can play check. He can play rook C4 check.
No, he can just take B6.
No, he can take-
Rook takes
B6.
B6.
Yeah, because
Rook takes
B7 is hanging.
B6.
By the way, Rook B4 check, I think, was the most precise move. And
But
it
wait
was
a minute, there's
another
a
great
D6
find.
right now, isn't there?
Maybe I was right. Maybe rook C4
D6.
check was the move.
Oh my God, D6.
D6.
D6
that's
wins
what-
material.
Wait.
He's got to
Oh,
take with the
no.
rook.
2.
He's got to take. He's got to give up the exchange.
He's
He's
done
going
it
to be down material. He's got to take.
But can he
now.
draw this endgame?
Can
Yes.
he draw? I think he
Yes.
can draw.
easily.
Okay.
Vodvinik, the bishop has an anchor square. You
a la
play
Kasparov,
F5.
Vodnik.
Yes. G4,
Woo!
bishop E4, anchor square.
Oh my goodness.
Know your Vodvinik, everybody.
But Jeffrey's not sure. Look at this. He's shaking his head.
All he's got to do is play F5,
And then
bishop
G4, you mean.
bishop E4, and it's a
But
draw.
why
And
didn't he
Wesley
play-
knows it.
Why didn't he play bishop D5 and G4? That looked more secure.
At what moment?
Instead of F5 right now.
Oh, sorry, just a second. You mean in the game position? Why didn't he play bishop
so tense.
D5, bishop E6, and then G4? Very
Yes.
good fortress-like position as well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't win that at all because you have to sack your rook for the bishop in order to win, and your king would be out of the way. So it's just easy.
I agree. I think that it's a stylistic thing, right? For me, I like this, but I can easily imagine other people would with a pawn on F7 and the bishop on E6 and a pawn on
The
G4
engine's going
saying,
crazy right now.
Because what about
Rook F7, rook takes F5 is threatened. No?
King?
You
Rook
win.
F7?
It's a win. It's over.
No.
It's over. Rook takes F5, and then king takes G4,
Oh,
and
no.
it's winning. Wesley is going to win. Bishop D5, bishop E6 was more secure. This is over.
You're
Just,
right.
just take
you're
now.
right,
Just
Bluff.
take on F5, and you're going to get the tempo for the king and pawn ending.
Oh, my
Wesley is
goodness.
going to win the game.
Oh,
Incredible
no.
defense, and he missed it at the end to play bishop to E6, bishop D5 to E6 and G4.
But what a heroic
Wow.
Oh my
game.
god!
I mean, can you say either of these guys played
That was incredible.
a bad game?
Yeah.
Wait, so what was the moment? Bishop E6, you said? Well, okay, let's go to the end of this game because Ray only has 10 seconds left on the board.
But
and
Naka's not even looking at the
Naka
board.
looks very upset. What happened? Queen C8
He looks
check. Is he about
distraught
to
as
lose?
ever, and he's not even. He's losing his queen. He's losing at least a piece.
Because if King D5, there's Rook D7 in this position
As
we have
well.
right now, and if
King
E5,
E5, rook takes on F7. Isn't that just a piece?
That looks like a piece.
Rook takes F7. You don't have a check in the world. It's over. Ray
Rook
is going to
takes
pull himself back
F7.
up. Just take on F7 if you don't see anything else. The guy has no checks. Oh, well, okay, you can also
this
check.
looks even better
for
because now we
fun.
get
Yeah,
to take on
I'm
F7 with
you.
check.
I'm with that. Although
like
you can
that
take my
too.
G pawn, and I must be winning somehow. But
Well, I'll trade queens if I can't find a mate with my rook. I
Agreed.
think the rook and the queen will overwhelm. Oh, that's a nice move by Ray. That's That finishes it.
That's
Rook,
it.
Yeah. Now you go Rook G7, and now you're actually 2 pawns ahead. And
with
they're
all
good
kinds
pawns.
of time on the clock to be able to move and mess around. Nakamura stunned, losing yet again in this event.
Wow.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible that this has happened to Nakamura. Here comes the king, and time just being added on every single move. This is resigns.
The king
Ray will join Jeffrey at 7, while Wesley has gone to 8.
With a point lead, full point lead, right? And
amazing.
Ray and Jeffrey will both be saying, come on, Hikaru, pull yourself together. Win that last round game against Wesley So. Do us a solid.
But Wesley, man, I mean, the way he played that last game, fighting for the win, finding all the right defensive moves. I mean, that's monstrous, Wesley. That's the kind of Wesley.
Yeah, it's just trade bishop, rook for bishop, and bring your king on F4 and steal the tempo.
Wait, is this the same endgame that Wesley had? It's exactly the same position.
Exactly. Rook X and then king F4 and then take the tempo. And that's your simple king and pawn.
And that's why you need to know those transitions, because we got the same endgame where White has the tempo to win and Nakamura is devastated. But we have Alejandro Ramirez still playing. Let's bump over to his game.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Alejandro, this time we're actually going to see a knight win the game because he's got knight E3 check. So the king is not going to be able to make it to A8 in time. And thanks to knight D2, the king is going to be blocked out like
older.
And there you go. Alejandro finally saying, he came in. I saw his,
he looked to the heavens there.
I saw his interview with you, Maurice, and he said, I want to win some games. I want some scalps. I want some 2700s. Well, he got a scalp. Maybe it's not Wesley or Hikaru, but it's a scalp.
All right, this one's over. Could we go back, please, to show that position?
Which?
Oh, Wander is still playing. Let's finish. Let's look at this.
Wander and Lanier are playing.
Lanier. And again, another very theoretical rook and pawn.
You got to know those endings for these rapid time controls. You have to know your endings, and this one is
especially the rook and pawn and the king and pawn. We see them again and again.
Exactly. Well, it was like my friend Mike J. Frenette. Michael Frenette was many-time champion of Washington State, and he said to me, he advised me, Yasser, study your end games. He said, it's like cheating because you're going to get end games. Cheating for an exam. So study your end games, everybody. King D2.
White just doesn't have a way of moving that rook off of B8. And the king can't go down the board because it's going to be checked mercilessly.
From behind.
I mean, it could definitely go up the board. The white king will make it down the board, but when it arrives, it's just going to be checked out of its mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, though, Maurice, if I can, imagine White does get his king to C6. Then you're going to give me a check, right? And then I'll go to D6. And then you go behind. Can I go to E5 and try to clip this pawn, or is it rook B5 time? I think I've answered my own question there. I think that just rook B5 is sufficient for the draw. Lanier down to 15 seconds. And a wonder said, okay, I've got to go for this. I've got to go for this. But this is not
just a draw.
And there it is. I think it looks like they made a draw. Oh, no. Yeah.
No, here you just take and, well, I mean, you just Philidor defense, you put the king, you can go check even.
There's 0 to play for.
Whoa, what a round. What a Wesley.
What a Wesley. Okay, that sounds good. I got to tell you guys, I mean, I need a rest. I mean, this has been heavy on my system. Too much excitement for.
Yeah, they're throwing variations at us. We're missing moves. We're miscalling squares. We're ghosting I mean, they are throwing stuff at us and making it a challenge to figure things out. As we saw the draw, go back to that game though, because
Which game?
But the money game, Wesley and Jeffrey had defended just in Herculean style. And he had this position where he played the wrong move with the bishop when he had to sack right here. And bishop d5 is the most obvious move on the board. Bishop d5, guard your pawn. So when I first saw it, I said, can I play this move? Because now I'm playing g4 on the next move and bishop e6 after that. And you can sack your rook eventually. You can get your king in and you can eventually sack, but the pawns are too far split. You can go do whatever you like. Sooner or later, you could sack on e6 if you like, but I think you have to make sure though that the king, like this is clearly a draw. I think you have to make sure that the king, Yaz, is up the board, not down the board. So what you do with the black king is you stay on c4, c5. Right, so let's go like, let's play king c4, and play king c4, and then king to f4, and play king c5. You do it any way you want. King c5, king up, king over, and now at some point you're going to sack. Actually, I think you need to keep your king on e5 and play rook d6. Because if you do this, my king gets close. So rook d6 and this position. Now, when you take, I have to play king d3, king c4, king e2. So I have to stay on c3, not here, because you'll play king f5 here and win. So you have to play king c3. You have to have your king on c3 so that you can play king d3. So king c3 now, rook e6, fe6, king takes, and now king d2 or king d3, and now king, and that's it. And that's how you show the game. You have to keep your king up board and wait for his sacrifice so you can counter, and that would have been his draw.
Wow. Jen, what can I say? Set the table for us. What's our standings after 9 rounds?
Wesley So with a big 8 points out of 9, just 2 rounds to go. He looks unstoppable with his combination of defensive resources, with finding every chance to win. But Jeffrey Zhang and Ray Robson, I mean, what incredible performances by both of them today. Ray Robson coming back from a tough win against Jeffrey to beat none other, a tough loss to Jeffrey, to beat none other than Hikaru Nakamura. And Jeffrey, I mean, he lost that game, guys, but against almost anyone else in the planet, he would be saving a draw.
Extraordinary defense.
Amazing.
And we have with us Alejandro Ramirez. Ale, this tournament has been tough, but you finally knocked a big shark out. How have you been doing, my friend?
I missed that job with a nice background, and I can blunder all my pieces, and it doesn't matter. Oh, the US Championship is stressful on its own, but it's rapid, and it's online, and I'm out of this world. And honestly, guys, things have not clicked. I've been forgetting my prep. I've been missing tactics. Just every time I look at a position, I'm like, how did I make that move, right? That it wasn't even in my file, or how did I even come up with such a bad move? But my God, I'm glad that I won at least one game, because I was so worried I was going to finish with 0 wins.
Indeed, it has been a completely wild ride. We've seen you had, like you said, wins against certain players, and also the opening issues. What do you think it is? Is it out of form, lack of form? How did you prepare for this event?
I've been preparing quite a bit. I've been preparing for over a month when we kind of finally settled on the format and when it was going to be. But it doesn't really show, right? I think sometimes just things don't click. I haven't been playing chess at all. Of course, there have been no events. It's a little excuse because, all right, you can see that other guys are doing amazing, right? You can see like the top of this tournament is just unbelievable. Like what are we watching? It's just great chess too. No, it's just not they're getting gifts, right? In my own behalf, I don't know. I've never really liked rapid time controls, and honestly, online I'm having trouble looking at the board in a very serious way. So I don't know. I'll have to readjust. I really want to make the championships again another year. But we do what we can, and I have to say that this was a bit of a disaster, but I'm just glad to be here, and I'm glad that I got to play with such monsters. It's always a pleasure, right? Like when Wesley got that minimal edge against me and just, took it all the way. I'm like, man, this guy is really, really good. And it's always fun to play games like that. And I'm a little bit sorry that I wasted opportunities, for example, against Lanier and Hikaru, where I just forgot my prep and I was lost out of the opening. But still, the opportunity to be here for me is amazing. And I just hope to have better showings in future years if I ever make it again.
I just got to ask you, Alejandro, I mean, there's a lot of people out there in the audience wishing you really, really much success. How do you recover from a game like a Wonder Liang? Because immediately after the game, you say, I missed something, and then the computer shows you that you missed Rook E7 and Knight G6, which would have made it brilliantly. Does it just haunt your dreams? How do you recover?
Honestly, it didn't haunt me it haunts me a little bit, obviously, because Rook E7 is so pretty and I'm only looking for tricks at this point, right? But the thing is, at that point when I had 40 seconds, my mind was just blank. I couldn't think. It was something that happened from the middle game forward. And it's just honestly like I just shut down. Like I had no time. I was trying to see moves and the board just was not appearing at all. Like this idea of Knight G6, you would think is always constantly in a Grandmaster's mind, right? But it was never in my mind. I was just barely trying not to blunder my pieces, much less look for tactics. And I don't know, I was just not in the right state of mind. And in a rapid game, that's unforgivable. And at that point, it really didn't matter which moves a Wonder made, I would have lost. And, you know, luckily for him, I was there because, I mean, he really did, you know, blunder pretty badly in that one. But it's part of chess. So, I mean, you recover, you come back the next day, you know that the tournament's already kind of bad because, you know, 0 out of 3 in one day is impossible to recover from. But, yeah, you do what you can, right?
Exactly.
You played this game against Darius, by the way. Just quickly, the last question for you. You played this game against Darius. You guys have worked together for years, and then it ended in a draw. It looked like a moment of levity for the two of you. At the end, it was like, what just happened? That craziness.
You know, Darius and I go back and forth, and, you know, he beats me, I beat him, but he usually gets the better of me in tournaments. Well, he is higher rated. And in this one, you know, he repeated a Wander's line. He was playing Sveshnikov before, and I was so happy to get an advantage, a simple advantage. Pair of bishops, pressing the entire game. And at some point, I look at the position, I'm like, man, I'm lost again. How did this happen? So...
We were there. Like, we were there.
We were there.
Yeah, I bet you guys were there. Probably was the last game to finish. So, you know, the fact that I didn't lose that game was like at least a sigh of relief. And honestly, like, not losing games from now on is just like, you know what, I'll take it.
That'd be a bonus.
All right, we'll get
Thank you, Alejandro.
Get your relaxation on, and we'll look for you on the other side. Come back over to the light. It's rough in there.
Nice cameras. I'm blundering my pieces without repercussions. I'll be there soon, guys. Don't you worry.
Absolutely. Take care, Alejandro. It's rough. You heard him say his mind went. His board, he couldn't even see the board. We know that feeling when things are going south. Chess moves get harder and harder.
They sure do.
And we have with us Sam Shanklin, the 2018 U.S. champion. Sam, it's been a rough ride. Tell us what has happened, not what you expected for this championship.
That's me?
Hey, yeah, Sam, how's it going?
Yeah, sorry guys, just working with the tech stuff. Yeah, could you repeat the question? Sorry, I missed you at the beginning.
I just said it's been a rough ride. It's been a rough ride, not what you expected from this championship.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be tougher, both because it's rapid and online, both of which I'm not wildly good at. I anticipated it would be somewhat tougher, but I didn't. And I mean, you know, being on 50%, it's not like I'm getting completely clobbered. But I just sort of knew that with Jeffrey and Ray, who have played a lot online and are both very good at rapid, I knew they would be a bit tougher than normal. I never would have predicted that they were this absurdly strong. I mean, they just seem so much better than me. This game with Ray, for example, I played. Like, he just basically played a perfect game in online rapid. That's something I've never done in over the board classical. It's been tough, but I've had some good moments. I've never been a great rapid player, but I've won some good games too.
3 wins in a row, Sam. So that you got off to a little streak there in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it was a shame because I had trouble finding my form in the beginning, and I donated all the points to the guys who ended up leading the tournament. So really, if I had started slowly but had lost to, like, Hikaru in the beginning or something and still had to play with the leaders later, I would have had a chance to fight. But it it sort of sucked that I couldn't find my form right at the start. I was still getting used to it, and honestly, they just played really well. And then I already didn't have a chance basically as early as round 4, but then I was happy that I managed to put together some wins.
Yeah, that's true. The people who beat you played really well. Like Wesley So game was absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean they played great games. I was sort of blown away by this. I certainly don't believe that those guys are. Wesley's probably a bit stronger than me. Ray and Jeffrey, I certainly wouldn't think so in classical over the board, but it's really just no comparison in rapid online. They're just playing so much better, and I think if I'm good enough at classical, I feel like I should be able to fix that if I prioritize it. But I'm certainly looking forward to classical chess coming back.
Do you think you need to maybe play a lot more rapid online just to get your game more attuned to that?
Well, I think, practice makes perfect. And if I did a lot more of it, maybe I would be able to play closer to the same level I do in regular chess. But at the same time, it also comes down to priorities. If this just becomes chess forever, then yeah, I really have to do that. But I'm still optimistic enough to hope that face-to-face events are coming back. And so even though most events have been online for the past several months, or I haven't been able to play face-to-face, I'm still mostly doing training for classical events, preparing classical openings, looking at complicated calculation work where you can easily spend as much time as you have for the whole game on a single move. But yeah, in general, I think it's something I haven't done enough of, and it really showed. These guys were just better than me this tournament.
Well, I like looking at your bookcase, Sam. I recognize some Kasparov books. I think I noticed Judith Polgar's trilogy, perhaps.
I think so, yeah. I've got a few of these, yeah. They were all very, I got the whole quality chess catalog, perks of being a quality chess author, but yeah, there are a lot of really great books there.
Very nice.
Lucky
and final,
you.
Yeah, it's fun looking at people's bookcases. Final question, Sam. Have you picked up any tips from chess from our Party Mafia games?
No, I haven't. Unfortunately, not. I don't know. I'm still trying to just train normally and hope that I can play a bit better next time. But there's still a couple of games left, and look, if I finish the tournament on +2, that's certainly far from the disaster. It's not the +6, winning in fine style that I once had, but I'm still thinking I can play reasonably well. But yeah, in general, I try not to mix work and fun, if that's what you're driving at, Jen.
Well, +2, that would mean winning both your games tomorrow. So in order to do that, you're going to need to get some rest. Good luck tomorrow, Sam.
Before y'all let me go, I just wanted to say, Maurice and Yaz, I've talked to Jen a bit. I haven't seen you guys in a while. I just want to say it's good to see you, and I hope y'all are well.
Thank you. Same
Sam,
here.
and
Same here, friend.
You too.
Wait,
likewise.
do you hope I'm well too?
Well, yeah, but I've talked with you more.
Okay. Have a good one, Sam.
Take care, Sam.
Yes, for the foreseeable future, this is what we're doing, guys. I miss seeing you guys in person.
Remote.
That's for sure. That's what we have to do. But what you have to do is what you have to do. That's life, right? You take the waves that come at you and deal with it as it is.
Yep. Humans are very adaptable, aren't they? It's amazing how quick people get used to things and start improving in different areas that they never thought they would. So, but no one more adaptable than Wesley So on the chessboard is. He just seems to be able to make magic out of any position, even when he's under a massive pressure. And he's got outstanding 8 out of 9 right now.
And here he is with us. Wesley, congratulations on a great day. I got to say, you're a point ahead, but this last game was a war for the ages.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I actually prepared this until Queen F3. I didn't expect Bishop B7. So yeah, I thought Jeffrey might repeat the Seveshnikov. He also plays many other openings, but the Seveshnikov is very solid. So yeah, I wasn't trying to be that ambitious in the opening, but I thought this idea looks interesting because I'm preventing his queenside counterplay. Yeah.
Did you anticipate B4, his B4 idea?
Yeah, I saw B4, but I didn't exactly. I didn't have time to calculate everything, so I was just playing my moves fast and then thinking on my opponent's time. Seems like a good idea. Apparently, he had Queen A5 on move 22.
Yes.
And black is better.
Yes, queen a5 would have been problematic because you have to give up the rook on h1.
Yeah, exactly. And then black is just much better. So yeah, bishop d3, bishop h1. Yeah, yeah. My king is very unsafe. So apparently I didn't play the best move. CB4 move 21 was better. But he spent a lot of time here. I think he went to 12 minutes or 11 minutes around this stage. So he was way behind the clock the entire game.
That was a big factor, but you must have been very surprised to see him defend so well, even in that ridiculous time pressure of his. He was coming up with move after move to save himself.
Yeah, I actually am not surprised because Jeffrey and I were teammates in the online Olympiad. Also, we did some sparring before and after. We're also teammates in the Pro Chess League. So I know that he always finds this powerful, resourceful moves. And yeah, I probably misplayed around here somewhere because apparently this should be a draw. So I definitely made a mistake around move 34 something. But even here, yeah, he's still drawing.
Did you see his drawing fortress at the end with the bishop versus the rook?
No, I didn't actually. I thought he didn't need to allow that. He had instead of rook takes b6, he had bishop e4. Bishop g4. Bishop e4 or bishop g4. And if d6, bishop d7. So that draws quite cleanly. Yeah, no chances at all to win. But yeah, I was kind of happy that he allowed me this because I wasn't expecting to get any winning chances later.
But here he has bishop d5 and bishop e6 and g4. Isn't this a draw?
I don't know. Probably Yasser knows better than me.
Yeah, it probably is. He's got the anchor square on e6 and he holds the pawn. But you're right. You're just happy to get this opportunity because, as you correctly point out, bishop g4 is a cleaner way by Jeffrey. At this point, he had no time, though. To be fair.
Yeah, exactly. No, the opening was so complex, and he spent a lot of time. That
wait, I'm confused. I'm confused by something. Did you say here bishop g4, d6, bishop d7? Isn't rook d5 a problem? Doesn't he have to play a check or something?
Yeah, bishop. Oh wait, bishop. Oh wait,
no.
Bishop g4, d6. Ah, you have to give a check first on c4.
Right, because bishop g4, d6 doesn't.
Oh, you're right.
Bishop g4, yes. Bishop g4, d6. You can't just play bishop d7 right away because you have a rook d5 check threat as well.
Oh, because rook d5 is rook b6, rook d5 is mate.
Oh, you're right. Wait, can I play bishop?
That's funny.
That's a hilarious position.
Can I play bishop e6 on move 45 or still bishop d5?
So sorry, bishop g4. Sorry, Wesley, say it again, please.
d6. Maybe after d6, rook c4 draws. Bishop e6, bishop d5. Maybe.
Bishop e6, bishop d5, something like. Wow, it's getting weird again.
Woo-woo!
I mean, we thought we saw a lot of insanity earlier, but this it keeps going. It's amazing.
What is?
Yeah. So black should draw, but if you have 10 seconds, it's very tricky. Also, only 5 seconds increment is really nothing.
Very difficult. Absolutely.
Very, very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think.
Well, Wesley, you have a tremendous score. We're showing it on the screen right now. 7 wins and 2 draws. You're +7. You won a U.S. championship with +3. Could you have imagined a number like this?
No, definitely. Definitely not. Everything's going right in this tournament. I am trying to squeeze my games, and some of my opponents are making mistakes. So yes, definitely a dream tournament. I'm also getting the positions I like out of the opening. But it's not over yet because I play Robson tomorrow.
What do you think about your road ahead?
What do I think about my game tomorrow?
You got Ray
well,
and you got Hikaru.
Yeah, exactly, Ray. I mean, okay, Hikaru's out of form and I have white pieces, but he'll probably start to muddy the waters. But definitely my game against Ray is very crucial. He has the white pieces, and he's playing exceptionally well in this tournament. He's taking all his chances. He's playing very aggressive chess, and he's converting even with very little time left on the clock.
You've been Olympic teammates. Last question, because that pairing is so huge. You've been teammates at the Olympiad. Does that factor in at all here? Any love, or just you got to beat the guy?
Yeah, the problem is we compete more than we're teammates. So I definitely like playing in team events, but the problem is chess is not a team sport, unlike soccer or basketball. So you need to play well in order not to get left behind. I mean, I really enjoy playing online tournaments like online Olympiad or the Pro Chess League. I think in general I do very well in a team event because I like playing for the team and also competing for my friends, for other people. But team events are a rarity nowadays. Or
right, well,
always been a rarity in chess.
We know it'll be a big game. Get your rest, get your preparation in, and we will see you tomorrow as you'll be playing on championship. What is it? Friday, Thursday, championship Thursday for your second title. Get your rest.
Thank you
Good
so
luck,
much.
and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone.
Amazing play, Wesley.
Bravo, Wesley.
By the way, we do have our closing ceremonies, and props to Maurice for knowing what day it was.
I know, right? I'm serious.
Really? 2 thumbs up, Maurice. Thank you. That was a good rescue.
They blur.
Best insight all day. Just kidding. As of course, we have our combined closing ceremony for all 5 events tomorrow, and that's going to be Thursday, October 29th at 5 p.m. Central. And guys, if there's a playoff, that's going to be like immediately after the playoff.
Right. Yes, and
Well, the only
honoring
way-
all the champions.
The only way a playoff happens is if Ray knocks Wesley in the head tomorrow with black, because
yes,
if he doesn't, that is Wesley will have black. If he doesn't, then book Wesley's ticket, I think. Although Naka might want to play for something. I don't know. The way he's playing, he's out of form, big time. But it all comes down to round 10.
Yes, the penultimate round. Don't miss it tomorrow, Thursday. Once again, Thursday it is. It's championship day as we will crown a champion. Wesley looking fantastic, but Ray and Jeffrey still with a shot as we've had 3 outstanding performances in this championship. But guys, there can only be one crown.
Absolutely.
And we're going to leave you with some funny player reactions here from the 2020 championships. Is sometimes on the camera, away from their opponent, they give even more emotion than they would over the board. So we'll leave you with that and see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.